You'll find lobster, crayfish, fresh, split open, seasoned with garlic, butter, herbs, spice, thrown on the grill. The shell turns red, the meat turns white, tender, juicy, slightly smoky, slightly sweet, powerful. And it's not fancy plating, no. It's served simple, foil, paper, hand to hand, heart to heart. Now listen to this carefully, because this is the real message. These roadside vendors, they are not just cooking food, they are building life. Every seasoning rubbed into meat is experience. Every pot stirred is patience. Every plate served is pride. They don't have big kitchens, they don't have air conditioning, they don't have millions, but what they have is skill, is passion, is resilience. And that is why the food tastes different, because it's not just ingredients, it's spirit. So when you bite into that jerk pork, when you sip that soup, when you break that festival and dip it in escovitch sauce, you're not just eating, you're experiencing Jamaica. The heat of the sun, the strength of the people, the rhythm of the culture, all in one bite. So the next time you're on the road, don't just drive past. Stop, stand up, smell the smoke, watch the process, respect the craft, taste the journey. Because right there, on the side of the road, with fire burning, pots bubbling, and people hustling, that is where Jamaica shows you its real power. So the next time you're on the road, don't just drive past. Stop, stand up, smell the smoke, watch the process, respect the craft, taste the journey. Because right there, on the side of the road, fire burning, pots bubbling, and people hustling, that is where Jamaica shows you its real power.
So I go. So I just not play. What happened to OBS shooter this morning? I just not play.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel, and if you're new here, big up yourself. You reached the right place, trust me. Today, I gonna take you on a journey. Not just any journey, a real, authentic, roots level Jamaican experience. We're talking about the riverside. And if you ever come to Jamaica, whether you come from foreign, whether you're flying from America, England, Canada, anywhere in the world, listen to me good now. This right here is what you must do. This is not optional. This is a requirement. So settle in, grab some.
Hey there, YouTube. Today we're retaking you on a sun-soaked journey to one of the Caribbean's most popular destinations, the Dominican Republic. This tropical paradise has long been a favorite among beach lovers and adventure seekers alike, and it's not hard to see why. Picture yourself stepping onto pristine white sand beaches, with crystal clear turquoise waters stretching as far as the eye can see. That's just the beginning of what the Dominican Republic has to offer. From its vibrant culture to its rich history, this island nation is a treasure trove of experiences waiting to be discovered. Now, let us talk about why the Dominican Republic was once ranked as one of the most visited destinations in the Caribbean. It's not just about the beaches, folks, although those are pretty spectacular. This country has a unique blend of natural beauty, colonial architecture, and warm, welcoming people.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving deep into the history of a machine that, quite literally, built the modern world. You see them on every construction site, every major road project, a true titan of industry. I'm talking about the dump truck. We take them for granted now, these massive vehicles, effortlessly lifting tons of material. But have you ever stopped to think about where they came from? What did the very first one look like? And who were the brilliant minds that conceived of a truck that could dump its own load? The story is way more fascinating than you might think, filled with steam power, clever inventors, and a revolution in how we move materials. It's a journey that takes us from the horse and cart era to the dawn of motorized transport. So buckle up, because we're about to haul a heavy load of history, starting way back in the late...
If you really want to understand Jamaica, not the hotels, not the brochures, not the filtered pictures, you have to come to the roadside, because the roadside is where the truth lives. The sun just rising over Kingston, a soft golden light touching the zinc fences, the dusty corners, the hills in the distance. And already, before the city fully wakes, the roadside is alive. You hear the chop of a knife on a wooden board. You hear oil starting to sizzle. You smell smoke rising from coal fires. That smell, you can't mistake it. That is Jamaica calling you. First up, a big black pot sitting on a coal stove, steam rolling out like a signal. Soup, Jamaican roadside soup. And let me tell you something, this is not no ordinary soup. This is hours of preparation. This is layers of flavor. This is science. If you really want to understand Jamaica, not the hotels, not the brochures, not the filtered pictures, you have to come to the roadside. Because the roadside, to understand Jamaica, not the hotels, not the brochures, not the filtered pictures, you have to come to the roadside. Because the roadside is where the truth lives. The sun just rising over Kingston, a soft golden light touching the zinc fences, the dusty corners, the hills in the distance. And already, before the city fully wakes, the roadside is alive. You hear the chop of a knife on a wooden board. You hear oil starting to sizzle. You smell smoke rising from coal fires. That smell, you can't mistake it. That is Jamaica calling you. First up, a big black pot sitting on a coal stove, steam rolling out like a signal. Soup, Jamaican roadside soup. And let me tell you something, this is not no ordinary soup. This is hours of preparation. This is layers of flavor. This is science mixed with instinct. You see the vendor, early morning, maybe from 4 a.m., already at work. First, the seasoning. Fresh thyme, scallion, crushed garlic, pimento seeds, Scotch bonnet pepper. Everything is crushed, chopped, blended, not measured by spoon, but by experience. Then the pot. Water boiling, meat added, chicken foot, beef, goat, pig steel, depending on the soup. That meat is washed with lime and vinegar first, cleaned properly, no shortcuts. Then comes the slow build. Yellow yam, cut thick, not thin. Irish potato, peeled and dropped in. Carrots for sweetness. Pumpkin to give it that rich color and body. And then the dumplings. Not just any dumpling. Spinners. Rolled by hand, long and thin, dropped into the bubbling pot. The soup thickens, the flavors marry, the scent grows stronger. You don't rush this, because good soup takes patience. Now imagine this, you standing by the roadside, early morning breeze hitting your face, and a cup of hot soup placed in your hand. You take that first sip, the heat hits you first, then the spice, Scotch bonnet, not overpowering but present. Then the depth, the meat, the yam, the herbs. It's not just flavor, it's comfort, it's strength. It's like Jamaica itself is pouring energy into your body. Now let's move, because just a few steps away, the oil is hot and the fish is ready. Fresh fish, scaled, cleaned, washed with lime, then seasoned. And listen carefully, this is where the magic begins. Salt, black pepper, garlic crushed deep into the flesh, thyme fresh, not dried, sometimes a little all-purpose seasoning. Then the fish is left to sit, because seasoning must soak in. You don't just season the outside, you let it enter the meat. Then comes the frying. Hot oil, not too low, not too high. The fish is placed gently, and immediately, that sound right there, that's music. Golden brown, crispy skin, moist inside. But wait, that's just the beginning. Because now comes the Escovitch sauce, and this is where flavor explodes. Hot vinegar in a pan, sliced onions, carrots, Scotch bonnet pepper sliced thin, pimento seeds, everything sautéed quickly, then poured on the fried fish. That sharp, spicy, slightly sour flavor cuts through the richness of the fish. When you bite it, crunch, juice, spice, tang. It hits every part of your mouth at once. And what do they serve it with? Bami. Festival. The bami, cassava pressed, soaked, fried, slightly chewy, soaking up the sauce. The festival, golden, sweet, soft inside, balancing everything. Sweet meets salt, soft meets crispy, spice meets comfort. That balance there, that is Jamaican genius. But hold on, because the fire still not done with you. Look to the side, big pot again, but this time, crabs, blue land crabs, carefully, because this is the real message. These roadside vendors, they are not just cooking food, they are building life. Every seasoning rubbed into meat is experience. Every pot stirred is patience. Every plate served is pride. They don't have big kitchens. They don't have air conditioning. They don't have millions. But what they have is skill, is passion, is resilience. And that is why the food tastes different. Because it's not just ingredients, it's spirit. So when you bite into that jerk pork, when you sip that soup, when you break that festival and dip it in Escovitch sauce, you're not just eating, you're experiencing Jamaica. The heat of the sun, the strength of the people, the rhythm of the culture, all in one bite. So the next time you're on the road, don't just drive past. Stop, stand up, smell the smoke, watch the process, respect the craft, taste the journey. Because right there, on the side of the road, with fire burning, pots bubbling, and people hustling, that is where Jamaica shows you its real power.
I saw him streaming live on the TV, you know? Yeah, my stream live right now. Yeah, I stream live. We're working on studio. No.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. And if you're new here, big up yourself. You reached the right place, trust me. Today, I gonna take you on a journey. Not just any journey, a real, authentic, roots level Jamaican experience. We're talking about the riverside. And if you ever come to Jamaica, whether you come from foreign, whether you're flying from America, England, Canada, anywhere in the world, listen to me good now. This right here is what you must do. This is not optional. This is a requirement. So settle in, grab something to eat, and let me talk to you like family. Because that's what we do in Jamaica. We talk real. So, picture this. You land in Jamaica. The sun hot, the breeze sweet. The vibes already different from anywhere else on earth. You feel it the moment you step off that plane. Something in the air, something in the energy that just say, welcome home. No, the first thing most tourists them do, them go straight to the hotel, sit by the pool, order from the menu, And look, that's fine, that's nice, but that is not the Jamaican experience, my friend. That is a postcard, that is a screensaver. If you want the real Jamaica, you need to link up with South Jamaica. You need to move with the people them, because it's the people that make this place what it is. The laughter, the cooking, the storytelling, that's where the soul of Jamaica lives. So what you do is you team up, you find your people, whether it's family, whether it's friends, whether it's new people you just meet, and you make your way down to the riverside. No, when me say riverside, me not talking about some fancy resort waterfront. Me talking about the real river, the one where the water run clear and cold, where the stones smooth under your feet, where the trees hang over and give you shade, and the sound of the water just wash away every stress, every worry, every problem you carry from back home. You reach down there and you feel it immediately. Your shoulders drop, your mind quiet, you breathe different. That's the power of the Jamaican riverside. And here's the thing, no, you don't come empty-handed, no. You come prepared. You stop at the market, you pick up your supplies, and then the real fun begin. Now, this is what people travel from all over the world and still miss out on. The food, the riverside cooking. There is nothing like it on this earth. You set up your dutchie pot, you get your fire going, and me tell you now, when that smoke start rise and that smell start travel through the air, every soul within half a mile knows something special a gwan. First thing, the dumpling. Cut dumpling, boiled dumpling, fried dumpling, whatever your heart desire. Me personally love a good cut dumpling, thick and fluffy, cook slow in the pot until it's firm and perfect. You bite into that by the riverside with the sound of the water running, pure bliss, pure heaven. Then we talk about roast pork. Oh, don't let me start on the roast pork. Seasoned up proper. The garlic, the scotch bonnet, the thyme, the allspice. And you roast it slow over the fire until the skin crack and the inside tender and juicy. You cut a piece of that and eat it with your hands right there by the river. That's not just eating. That's a spiritual experience. Festival. You have to have festival. For those who don't know, festival is a sweet fried dumpling, golden, slightly crispy on the outside, soft on the inside, with a little sweetness that balance out the savory food them. It's not optional. If you're cooking by the riverside and you don't have festival, you're doing something wrong. Fried chicken. Jamaican fried chicken is in a category by itself. Seasoned from the night before, marinated deep. When you put that in the hot oil and it starts sizzle and pop, that sound is music. That is the soundtrack of a good day. Crispy outside, flavorful all the way through. Foreign fried chicken cannot compare. I said what I said. Curry goat. Now we're reaching the top of the mountain. Curry goat is not just food, it's a statement. It tells people that today is a serious day. You take your time with curry goat. You can't rush it. The meat has to fall off the bone. The curry has to soak through. You cook it low and slow with the potato them until everything come together in perfect harmony. You eat that with some white rice or some roti by the riverside. Done. Life complete. And then curry chicken for those who want something a little lighter. But don't be fooled, it's just as flavorful, just as rich, just as satisfying. Jamaican curry chicken with the scotch bonnet and the thyme and the coconut milk, that pot will be empty before you know it. But here's the thing that people who never experience it don't understand. The food is only half of it. The other half is the atmosphere. You're sitting by the river, the water run and bubble, children laughing and splashing in the shallows. Somebody have a speaker going with some good music. Could be reggae, could be dancehall, could be some old school rocksteady, depending on the crowd. The elders sitting under the tree, talking, laughing, telling stories. Somebody always cracking a joke. Somebody always arguing about whose curry goat tastes better. Somebody always coming to check the pot before it's ready and getting the hands slapped away. And the smell, Lord of mercy, the smell of everything cooking together, mixing with the fresh river air and the wood smoke, you cannot bottle that. You cannot recreate that in any restaurant, in any five-star hotel, anywhere in the world. That is exclusive to this moment, this place, this experience. So, me want talk directly to everybody watching this who are planned for come to Jamaica or who already booked the trip. When you come here, and me hope you come, please don't limit yourself to the tourist spots alone. Don't just stay on the resort strip. Come find us. Come eat with us. Come sit by the river with us. Because that is where you will understand why Jamaican people so proud of where them come from. That is where you will understand the warmth, the spirit, the culture that make this little island known across the entire world. We small in size, but we massive in culture, massive in flavor, massive in heart. The riverside is not just a location, it's a feeling, it's a way of life. It's the Jamaican way of saying, slow down, enjoy yourself, be present, be grateful, eat good food, laugh loud, and love the people around you. So, that's what me have to tell you today. If you travel from abroad, link up, go to the riverside, cook your food, enjoy your day. Cut your dumpling, season your curry goat, fry your chicken, make your festival, and just live. Because at the end of the day, that's what Jamaica teach you, how to live. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like, leave a comment, tell me where you're watching from. Me love to hear from people all over the world. And subscribe if you're new, because we have plenty more real Jamaican vibes coming your way. Me name is your host, and from the beautiful island of Jamaica, one love, respect, and eat good.
Hey there, YouTube. Today we're retaking you on a sun-soaked journey to one of the Caribbean's most popular destinations, the Dominican Republic. This tropical paradise has long been a favorite among beach lovers and adventure seekers alike, and it's not hard to see why. Picture yourself stepping onto pristine white sand beaches, with crystal clear turquoise waters stretching as far as the eye can see. That's just the beginning of what the Dominican Republic has to offer. From its vibrant culture to its rich history, this island nation is a treasure trove of experiences waiting to be discovered. Now, let us talk about why the Dominican Republic was once ranked as one of the most visited destinations in the Caribbean. It's not just about the beaches, folks, although those are pretty spectacular. This country has a unique blend of natural beauty, colonial architecture, and warm, welcoming people that keeps visitors coming back year after year. One of the top spots you've got to check out is Punta Cana. This resort town is famous for its stunning coastline, lined with coconut palms and dotted with luxurious all-inclusive resorts. It's the perfect place to kick back, relax, and soak up some serious Caribbean vibes. But do unthink the Dominican Republic is all about lounging on the beach, although that's definitely an option if that's your thing. For the adventure seekers out there, head inland to the country's lush interior. You'll find yourself surrounded by tropical forests, cascading waterfalls, and rugged mountains just begging to be explored. Speaking of adventure, let's talk about some of the awesome activities you can get up to here. Ever wanted to try your hand at kite surfing? The beaches of Cabaret are world-renowned for their perfect wind conditions. Or maybe you're more of a golf enthusiast. The Dominican Republic boasts some of the best courses in the Caribbean, with stunning ocean views to boot. Now, we can't talk about the Dominican Republic without mentioning its rich cultural heritage. The capital city of Santo Domingo is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, with its colonial zone transporting you back in time to the days of Christopher Columbus. Wander through cobblestone streets, marvel at centuries-old churches, and soak in the history that surrounds you. And let's not forget about the food. Dominican cuisine is a delicious mix of Spanish, African, and influences. You've got to try some local favorites like mashed plantains, sancocho, a hearty stew, and of course, the country's famous rum. Trust me, your taste buds will thank you. For nature lovers, the Dominican Republic is a true paradise. The country is home to several national parks, each offering its own unique ecosystem to explore. Jarabacoa, known as the City of Eternal Spring, is a great base for hiking, river rafting, and even paragliding for the real thrill seekers among you. Now, let's talk about the beaches again because, let's face it, that's probably why most of you are considering a trip to the Dominican Republic. Beach in Punta Cana is often ranked as one of the best beaches in the world, and for good reason. Its powdery white sand and calm, clear waters are the stuff of Caribbean dreams. But don't limit yourself to just one beach. The Dominican Republic has over 1,000 miles of coastline, each with its own unique character. From the golden sands of Playa Dorada in Puerto Plata to the secluded coves there's a perfect stretch of sand for every type of beach lover. For those of you interested in ecotourism, the Dominican Republic has got you covered. The country is making great strides in sustainable tourism, with many resorts and tour operators focusing on minimizing their environmental impact. You can even visit organic cocoa and coffee plantations to see how these delicious products are sustainably grown and harvested. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking is, aren't the Dominican Republic just for honeymooners and retirees? Not at all. While it's definitely a romantic destination, it's also great for families, solo travelers, and groups of friends. There's something for everyone here. Whether you're looking for a relaxing getaway or an action-packed adventure, one thing that really sets the Dominican Republic apart is its people. Dominicans are known for their warm hospitality and zest for life. Don't be surprised if you find yourself invited to join in a game of dominoes or to dance merengue at a local festival. It's this welcoming spirit that makes visitors feel like they're coming home, even if it's their first time on the island. For music lovers, the Dominican Republic is a dream come true. This is the birthplace of merengue and bachata, and you'll hear these infectious rhythms everywhere you go. From beachside bars to bustling city clubs, there's always a party happening somewhere. Don't worry if you don't know the steps. Locals are always happy to show you a move or two. If you're into water sports, you're in for a treat. The Dominican Republic offers world-class diving and snorkeling opportunities. The waters around the island are teeming with colourful coral reefs, tropical fish, and even shipwrecks to explore. And for the surfers out there, the northern coast has some seriously gnarly waves. Now, let's talk about when to visit. The Dominican Republic enjoys warm temperatures year-round, but the best time to visit is typically between December and April, when the weather is dry and sunny. However, if you're looking to avoid the crowds and score some great deals, consider visiting during the shoulder season in May or November. Before we wrap up, I've got to mention one more thing. The sunsets. But there's something magical about watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange, pink, and purple. Whether you're sipping a pina colada on the beach or enjoying a romantic dinner, the Dominican sunset is a sight you won't soon forget. So there you have it, folks, a taste of what makes the Dominican Republic such a popular destination. From its stunning beaches and lush landscapes to its vibrant culture and warm people, this Caribbean gem has something for everyone. Whether you're planning your next vacation or just daydreaming about tropical getaways, the Dominican Republic should definitely be on your radar. Remember to like and subscribe for more travel content, and let us know in the comments if you've been to the Dominican Republic or if it's on your bucket list. Until next time, keep exploring and happy travels.
Have you ever wondered about the story behind the powerful trucks you see on the road every day? Today, we're diving deep into the history of a true giant in the automotive world, IVECO. But to tell this story right, we need to go way back, long before the name Iveco even existed. Our journey begins in 1864 in Ulm, Germany. A man named Conrad Dietrich Majerus, a fire brigade commander, founded a company to produce firefighting equipment. His innovation, the Majerus ladder, would become legendary, setting a new standard for safety and efficiency in emergency services. This pioneering spirit in creating specialized heavy-duty vehicles was a crucial seed for what would later become Iveco. Meanwhile, over in Italy, another industrial revolution was taking shape. In 1903, the now famous car manufacturer Fiat, which had been founded just a few years earlier in 1899, produced its very first commercial vehicle. This marked Fiat's entry into the world of work trucks, a move that would prove to be incredibly significant. They quickly gained a reputation for building robust and reliable vehicles, expanding their expertise from passenger cars to the demanding world of commercial transport. Think about it, one company mastering firefighting technology, another perfecting commercial engines and chassis. These two separate, powerful streams of innovation were flowing through Europe, destined to one day merge. Now, let's fast forward a bit. The post-war era in Europe was a time of immense rebuilding and economic growth. Demand for commercial vehicles, trucks, buses, and specialized machinery was skyrocketing. Several key players dominated the scene. In Italy, besides Fiat, there was OM or Fosun Meccaniche, which had been making trucks since the early 20th century. And Lancia, famous for its elegant cars but also a producer of formidable commercial vehicles, including the legendary Lancia 3RO military truck. Over in France, we had Unic, a well-respected manufacturer known for its powerful and durable trucks. And of course, in Germany, there was Majerus Deutz, which had combined Majerus's vehicle expertise with Deutz's world-renowned air-cooled engines. Each of these 5 companies Fiat Veicoli Industriali, OM Lancia, Veicoli Speciali Unic, and Majerus Deutz was a leader in its own right, with a unique heritage, a loyal customer base, and specific technological strengths. Fiat brought mass production capability and a huge network. Lancia offered specialized engineering. AOM was a solid, reliable workhorse brand. Unic had a strong foothold in the French market. Majerus Deutz was the master of rugged off-road vehicles and those incredible air-cooled engines that could perform in the most extreme climates. From the Sahara Desert to the Siberian winter, the stage was set for something truly revolutionary. The year is 1975. The European economy is facing new challenges, and the automotive industry is becoming increasingly global. To compete on a larger scale, a bold move was needed. This This is the year that these 5 great European brands, each with over a century of combined experience, decided to join forces. They merged their commercial vehicle operations to create a new entity, a new powerhouse. The name they chose was an acronym, Industrial Vehicles Corporation. IVECO was born. This was no simple merger. It was a massive undertaking, blending different cultures, engineering philosophies, and manufacturing processes from Italy, France, and Germany. The goal was to create a comprehensive product range that could serve every possible need in commercial transport, from light vans to the heaviest long-haul trucks and off-road quarry vehicles. The new Iveco logo started appearing on a vast array of vehicles, symbolizing this union of strength. The initial lineup was a best-of compilation, featuring successful models from the founding brands. But the real work was just beginning, integrating these diverse product lines into a single, coherent global brand. One of the first truly original Iveco products was launched just a few years later. In 1978, the Daily. This was a game changer. The Daily was conceived as a light commercial vehicle with a tough truck-style chassis, but with the comfort and drivability of a car. It was incredibly versatile, offered in countless configurations, and its separate body and frame design made it uniquely robust and adaptable. The Daily was an instant success and has remained a cornerstone of the Iveco range ever since, constantly evolving over generations to become a leader in its class. As the 80s rolled on, Iveco continued to consolidate its position. A key part of its strategy was expansion and acquisition. 1986, Iveco took a majority stake in Astra, an Italian company, famous for building ultra-tough dump trucks and specialized vehicles for construction and mining. This move significantly strengthened Iveco's presence in the heavy-duty off-road sector. If you see a massive truck working in a quarry or on a major construction site, there's a good chance it's an Astra. Then, in 1990, came another landmark acquisition. Iveco took over Pegaso, the iconic Spanish manufacturer of trucks and buses. Pegaso had a rich history and a strong following in Spain, and this integration gave Iveco a dominant position in the Spanish market. This also brought the old Seddon Atkinson brand from the UK under the Iveco umbrella, further expanding its European footprint. Through these strategic moves, Iveco wasn't just growing, it was absorbing decades of specialized expertise and market presence from across the continent. The 90s were also a period of major technological advancement. In 1992, Iveco launched the Eurocargo, a medium-duty truck that was immediately crowned International Truck of the Year. The following year, 1993, saw the debut of the Eurotech and Eurostar heavy trucks, which also won the prestigious Truck of the Year award. Winning this award back-to-back was a testament to Iveco's successful integration and its focus on driver comfort, efficiency, and modern design. They were no longer just a collection of old brands. They were a unified force of innovation. The new millennium brought new challenges, particularly the growing demand for cleaner, more efficient, and more sustainable transport solutions. Iveco was at the forefront of this shift. They became pioneers in natural gas engine technology. While many were still focused solely on diesel, Iveco invested heavily in developing engines that could run on compressed natural gas, or CNG, and later, liquefied natural gas, or LNG. This was a visionary move. These engines produced significantly lower emissions of particulate matter and nitrogen oxides, and also ran much quieter, making them ideal for urban deliveries. This commitment to sustainability culminated in the launch of groundbreaking vehicles. The Stralis Iveco's flagship heavy truck was introduced in the early 2000s and became a platform for this new technology. The Stralis NP, for natural power, became the first natural gas truck specifically designed for long-haul missions, proving that sustainable transport wasn't just for short city routes. It offered the same performance and payload as its diesel equivalent, but with a dramatically smaller environmental footprint. Today, Iveco is a global brand, part of the Iveco Group, operating in over 160 countries. Its history, from Konrad Majoris's fire ladders to Fiat's first truck, from the union of 5 European giants to its leadership in natural gas, is a story of evolution and adaptation. They build the light-duty Daily, the versatile Eurocargo, the heavy-duty S-Way series, and the extreme-duty T-Way and X-Way models, continuing the legacy of Astra and Majoris. They are pushing the boundaries with electric vehicles like the e-Daily and investing in hydrogen fuel cell technology, looking toward a zero-emissions future. Story of Iveco is more than just a corporate history. It's a reflection of the last 150 years of industrial development in Europe. It's about bringing together the best minds and the strongest traditions to build the tools that build our world. From the fire brigades of the 19th century to the sustainable logistics of the 21st, Iveco has been there, driving the future forward. So, the next time you see that Iveco badge on the grille of a truck, you'll know the incredible journey behind it. 2. It's a story of 5 brands, 1 vision, and a legacy of power and innovation that continues to shape our world. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more stories from the world of incredible machines. See you in the next one.
Welcome to a journey through time as we explore the incredible story of a city that was once the very center of the world, Baghdad. For over 1,000 years, this city has been a phoenix rising from ashes, a testament to human resilience, creativity, and the enduring power of culture. Forget what you think you know from modern headlines. We're about to uncover the epic history of Baghdad from its glorious golden age to its modern-day struggle for renewal. This is the tale of the Round City, the capital of caliphs, the cradle of science, and a beacon of civilization. Our story begins in the year 762 AD. The newly established Abbasid Caliphate needed a capital, a city that would reflect its power and ambition. The Caliph Al-Mansur scoured the fertile lands between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. He chose a spot on the west bank of the Tigris, declaring, "This is indeed the city that I am to found, where I am to live, and where my descendants will reign." He named it Madinat al-Salam, the City of Peace, but it was its unique design that truly set it apart. Al-Mansur envisioned a perfectly circular city, a revolutionary concept at the time. This wasn't just an architectural choice. It was a statement. The circle, with no beginning and no end, symbolized perfection and unity. At its heart was the Caliph's palace, the Golden Gate Palace, and the Grand Mosque, with 4 main roads radiating outwards to the far corners of the empire. This round city was a marvel of urban planning, protected by massive walls and a deep moat, a symbol of the Abbasid centralized power. With its foundations laid, Baghdad didn't just grow, it exploded. It became the beating heart of the Islamic Golden Age. Under legendary caliphs like Harun al-Rashid, the city transformed into the largest and richest metropolis on earth. Its population swelled to nearly 1 million people, a staggering number for the pre-modern era. It was a true melting pot, attracting scholars, poets, scientists, merchants, and artisans from across the known world. The Tigris River teemed with ships carrying silk from China, spices from India, and ivory from Africa. Its bustling markets, or souks, were filled with exotic goods and the hum of a dozen different languages. This was the city of 1,001 nights, a place of enchanting palaces, lush gardens, and vibrant intellectual life. The wealth and luxury were legendary, but Baghdad's true treasure was its insatiable thirst for knowledge. This thirst led to the creation of one of history's most important intellectual centers, the Beit al-Hikmah, or the House of Wisdom. Established in the early 9th century, this was far more than just a library. It was a grand academy, a translation center, and a research institute all in one. Scholars of all faiths, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, worked side by side, translating the great works of the Greeks, Persians, and Indians into Arabic. They didn't just preserve ancient knowledge, they built upon it. Think of it as the NASA and Harvard of its day combined. It was here that the foundations of algebra were laid by Al-Khwarizmi, whose name gives us the word algorithm. It was here that doctors made groundbreaking discoveries in medicine, astronomers mapped the stars with unprecedented accuracy, and philosophers debated the nature of existence. The House of Wisdom turned Baghdad into the world's undisputed center for science, medicine, and philosophy, and its influence would eventually ripple across the globe, helping to spark the European Renaissance centuries later. But no golden age lasts forever. The city's immense power and wealth also made it a target. The Abbasid Caliphate began to fracture, and Baghdad's strength waned. The final devastating blow came in 1258. A massive Mongol army, led by Hulagu Khan, a grandson of Genghis Khan, arrived at the city's gates. After a short siege, the Mongols stormed the city and unleashed an unimaginable wave of destruction. They showed no mercy. The city was systematically plundered and burned. Accounts from the time describe a week of horror. The caliph was executed, and hundreds of thousands of citizens were massacred. The Tigris River was said to have run black with the ink from countless books thrown from the libraries, and then red with the blood of the slaughtered scholars. The House of Wisdom was destroyed. The canals that irrigated the fertile plains were ruined. In a matter of days, the world's greatest city was reduced to a smoldering ruin. The Islamic Golden Age had come to a tragic and violent end. For the next several centuries, Baghdad was a shadow of its former self, a prize to be fought over by competing empires. It fell under the control of various dynasties before being captured by the rising Ottoman Empire in the 16th century. For nearly 400 years, Baghdad was a provincial outpost caught in the long-running tug-of-war between the Sunni Ottomans and the Shia Safavid Persians. The city's strategic location ensured it remained important, but its glory days were a distant memory. The grand palaces and libraries were gone, replaced by the forts and barracks of occupying armies. The population dwindled, and the city's intellectual life faded. Yet, even in these difficult centuries, the spirit of Baghdad endured. It remained a vital center of trade and a significant religious city for both Sunni and Shia Muslims, its legacy simmering beneath the surface, waiting for a chance to reemerge. That chance came in the 20th century. After the collapse of the Ottoman Empire following World War I, the political map of the Middle East was redrawn. In 1921, the modern state of Iraq was created, and Baghdad was once again named its capital. The city entered a new era of transformation. Oil wealth fueled rapid modernization. New neighborhoods, bridges, and government buildings were constructed. The population boomed as people from across the country flocked to the capital seeking opportunity. Baghdad became a vibrant, cosmopolitan hub once again, famous for its cultural scene, its lively cafes, and its intellectual discourse. However, this period of growth was also marked by deep political instability, with coups and revolutions shaping its path. The city became a stage for competing ideologies and power struggles that would define Iraq as turbulent modern history. The late 20th and early 21st centuries brought some of the darkest chapters in Baghdad's long history. Decades of authoritarian rule, followed by devastating conflicts, including the Iran-Iraq War, the Gulf War, and the 2003 invasion, took a terrible toll. The city that had survived the Mongols now faced modern warfare. The subsequent years were marred by violence, instability, and the destruction of much of its modern infrastructure. The once thriving cultural life was silenced by fear, and the city became synonymous with conflict in the global imagination. For its residents, daily life became a struggle for survival. Yet, through it all, the people of Baghdad held on to their identity and their hope for a better future, their resilience tested like never before. The city of peace was wounded, but its spirit was not broken. Today, Baghdad is on a new path, one of recovery and revitalization. The scars of war are still visible, but a new energy is coursing through its streets. Cranes are once again part of the skyline as the city works to rebuild its infrastructure. Security has improved, and with it, a sense of normalcy is returning. Cafes and restaurants are buzzing with life. Young artists and entrepreneurs are breathing new energy into the cultural scene, opening galleries, holding festivals, and using social media to share their vision for a new Baghdad. Historic areas like Al-Mutnabi Street, the city's famous book-selling district, are once again thronged with people celebrating their literary heritage. There are immense challenges, of course, but there is also a powerful determination to reclaim the city's legacy not just as a survivor of conflict, but as a center of culture, commerce, and life. The story of Baghdad is still being written, and its latest chapter is one of hope. From a perfect circle on the banks of the Tigris to a sprawling modern metropolis, Baghdad's history is a powerful human story. It's a tale of genius and folly, of breathtaking creation and heartbreaking destruction, and above all, of incredible resilience. It reminds us that cities are more than just buildings and streets. They are living entities, repositories of memory, and beacons of hope. The legacy of the House of Wisdom and the spirit of the City of Peace live on in the hearts of its people as they work to build a brighter future. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through the epic history of Baghdad. If you found this story as fascinating as we do, please hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the stories that have shaped our world. See you next time.
Have you ever felt that irresistible pull of the horizon, the longing to see what lies beyond the next bend? There's a certain magic to travel, a romance that's often lost in the hustle of modern airports and highways. But what if I told you there's a way to reclaim that magic, to journey not just to a destination, but through the very heart of the landscape itself? Today, we're embarking on an epic adventure, a journey through the world's most breathtaking train routes. Forget just getting from A to B. This is about the poetry of motion, the rhythm of the rails, and the ever-changing masterpiece unfolding right outside your window. So grab your virtual ticket, find a comfortable seat, and let's set off on a ride you'll never forget. Our first stop takes us to the dramatic landscapes of Switzerland, home to what many consider the most beautiful rail journey in the world, the Bernina Express. This isn't just a train. It's an engineering marvel, a UNESCO World Heritage Site on wheels. As we pull out of Chur, the oldest town in Switzerland, the city's charming architecture quickly gives way to the verdant expanse of the Domlesch Valley, dotted with ancient castles and ruins that whisper tales of centuries past. The train begins its ascent, and you can feel the air change, growing crisper, cleaner. The real show begins as we approach the Landwasser Viaduct. Imagine a towering six-arched limestone bridge curving gracefully into a tunnel carved directly into a sheer cliff face. As the train glides across, suspended over 100 meters above the river below, it feels like you're flying. It's a moment of pure heart-stopping beauty. But the Bernina Express is just getting started. The journey continues, climbing higher into the Engadin Alps. The landscape transforms from lush green valleys to a rugged alpine wonderland. We pass by the shimmering expanse of Lake Bianco, its milky turquoise waters fed by the Morteratsch Glacier, which you can see glistening in the distance. The highest point of our journey is the Aspizio Bernina, over 2,253 meters above sea level. Here, you're surrounded by a panorama of snow-capped peaks and icy glaciers. It feels like you've reached the top of the world. Then begins the descent, and it's just as spectacular. The train navigates a series of incredible spiral loops, including the famous Brusio Circular Viaduct, an open-air spiral that allows the train to corkscrew down the mountainside, offering 360-degree views of the valley below. Finally, we cross the border into Italy, arriving in Tirano, where the alpine chill gives way to the warm embrace of Italian sunshine and palm trees. The Bernina Express isn't just a train ride. It's a journey through climates, cultures, and some of the most awe-inspiring scenery on Earth. From the icy peaks of the Alps, let us travel to the sun-drenched coast of Australia for a journey of a completely different character, the Gone. This is more than a train. It's a legend, an iconic transcontinental odyssey that slices right through the fiery heart of the Australian outback. The name itself is a tribute to the 19th century Afghan cameleers who once forged a trail through this vast, untamed wilderness. Our journey begins in Darwin, in the tropical top end. As the train rolls south, the lush, humid landscape gradually gives way to the rugged ochre-red earth of the red centre. This is a journey of scale, of immense, unending horizons that stretch into infinity. The sheer emptiness of the landscape is humbling. You watch as termite mounds, like ancient sentinels, dot the plains, and kangaroos bound alongside the tracks. A key stop on this epic route is the town of Alice Springs, the spiritual heart of the outback. Here you can disembark and immerse yourself in the ancient culture of the Arunti people, explore the stunning gorges of the McDonnell Ranges, or even take a camel ride as the sun sets, painting the desert in fiery shades of orange, purple and red. Back on board, the Gone is an experience in itself. As night falls, the desert sky puts on a show unlike any other. With no light pollution for hundreds of miles, the stars blaze with an impossible brightness. The Milky Way, a shimmering ribbon across the heavens. The journey culminates in Adelaide, on the southern coast, having traversed nearly 3,000 kilometres of Australia's most remote and beautiful terrain. Travelling on the Gone is to feel the pulse of an ancient land, to witness its raw, powerful beauty, and to understand the true meaning of distance and solitude. Now, let us switch continents again and head to the soaring peaks of South America for a ride on Peru's Belmond, Andean Explorer. This isn't just any train. It's one of the highest train routes in the world and South America's first luxury sleeper train. This is a journey that connects ancient kingdoms, linking the Inca capital of Cusco with the shimmering waters of Lake Titicaca and the colonial charm of Arequipa. As we depart from Cusco, the train slowly winds its way out of the sacred valley, leaving the historical city behind as we climb into the Altiplano, the high Andean plateau. The air thins and the landscape opens up into vast, sweeping plains where herds of vicucas and alpacas graze peacefully. The views are hypnotic, a canvas of earthy tones under an impossibly blue sky. The train itself is a sanctuary of comfort and elegance, a moving five-star hotel. You can relax in the observation car with its open-air balcony, sipping a pisco sour as the Andes roll by. A highlight of this journey is crossing the La Raya mountain pass at an altitude of over 4,300 meters. Stepping out onto the platform here, you're surrounded by a breathtaking panorama of snow-dusted peaks. The crisp, thin air a stark reminder of just how high you are. The journey continues towards Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world and the mythical birthplace of the Inca civilization. Waking up to the sight of the sun rising over its deep blue waters is an experience that borders on the spiritual. From visiting the floating Uros Islands made of reeds to exploring the terraced landscapes of Tequil Island, the Andean explorer offers a profound connection to the culture and stunning natural beauty of Peru. This is a slow, soulful journey that elevates you quite literally to another world. For our next adventure, we journey to North America, to the majestic wilderness of the Canadian Rockies aboard the Rocky Mountaineer. This is a daylight-only train, and for good reason you wouldn't want to miss a single second of the scenery. The most famous route, First Passage to the West, follows the historic tracks of the Canadian Pacific Railway, the very line that united Canada from coast to coast. Starting in the vibrant coastal city of Vancouver, the train heads east, leaving the Pacific Ocean behind. It doesn't take long for the landscape to become utterly spectacular. We travel through the fertile Fraser Valley, following the turquoise glacier-fed Fraser River as it carves its way through the mountains. The glass-domed carriages offer panoramic, unobstructed views, making you feel completely immersed in the landscape. The real drama unfolds as we enter the Rocky Mountains. The train snakes through deep canyons, past cascading waterfalls, and alongside towering peaks that seem to touch the sky. ULL. Hear the stories of the railroad pioneers who blasted through solid rock and built trestle bridges over dizzying chasms. A key moment is passing through the spiral tunnels. Another feat of engineering genius, where the train loops through two tunnels inside Cathedral Mountain and Mount Ogden to gain elevation. Then there's Craigellachie, the historic site where the last spike of the Canadian Pacific Railway was driven in 1885, a powerful symbol of connection and ambition. Throughout the journey, you're on the lookout for wildlife. It's common to spot black bears foraging by the tracks, majestic elk grazing in meadows, and even the occasional grizzly bear. The journey pauses overnight in the town of Kamloops before continuing the next day towards the stunning mountain towns of Lake Louise and Banff, nestled in the heart of Banff National Park. The Rocky Mountaineer isn't just a sightseeing trip. It's a journey through history, engineering, and some of the most powerful and untamed nature on the planet. Finally, our world tour of incredible train views takes us to the mystical landscapes of Scotland on the West Highland Line, often acclaimed as the world's most scenic railway journey. If parts of this route look familiar, it's because you've probably seen it on the big screen. The iconic Glenfinnan Viaduct, with its 21 soaring arches, is famously featured as the route for the Hogwarts Express in the Harry Potter films. But the magic of this line is very, very real. The journey begins in Glasgow, Scotland's largest city, but the urban landscape soon melts away. The train skirts the bonny banks of Loch Lomond, the largest inland stretch of water in Great Britain, before climbing into the wild and desolate beauty of Rannoch Moor. This is one of Europe's last remaining wildernesses. A vast, boggy expanse of heather lochans and peat, surrounded by a dramatic ring of mountains. It's a landscape that is both beautiful and haunting, evoking a sense of ancient, timeless Scotland. After crossing the moor, the train descends towards the coast. Arriving at Fort William, a town nestled at the foot of Ben Nevis, the UK's highest mountain. From here, the final leg of the journey to the fishing port of Mallaig is arguably the most spectacular. This is where you'll cross the legendary Glenfinnan Viaduct, curving gracefully over Loch Shiel with the Glenfinnan Monument in the distance, a truly cinematic moment. The scenery continues to astound as you pass by the silver sands of Morar, with breathtaking views across the sea to the islands of Aig and Arem. The journey ends in Mallaig, a bustling port where the smell of the sea and fresh fish fills the air. The West Highland Line is more than just a train ride. It's a journey into the heart of Scottish lore, a tapestry of mountains, moors, lochs, and legends. From the alpine heights of Switzerland to the Australian outback, the soaring Andes of Peru, the Canadian Rockies, and the mythical highlands of Scotland. We've journeyed through landscapes that stir the soul and awaken a sense of wonder. These train routes remind us that the journey itself can be the destination. They offer a chance to slow down, to connect with the world in a more intimate way, and to see the planet's incredible beauty unfold at a human pace. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the track is a soundtrack to discovery, a call to adventure that's as old as the railways themselves. So next time you're planning a trip, maybe think beyond the flight path. The world is full of magical journeys waiting to be taken, one train track at a time. Thanks for joining me on this incredible ride. If you enjoyed this journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more adventures. Until next time, happy travels. That's as old as the railways themselves. So next time you're planning a trip, maybe think beyond the flight path. The world is full of magical journeys waiting to be taken, one train track at a time. Thanks for joining me on this incredible ride. If you enjoyed this journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more adventures. Until next time, happy travels.
Not the presence of a lady. Honey, what's a well-refined, educated man like you doing associating with this kind of Riff Raff?
I'm writing an article about the lowlife on 99.
Be sure you spelled your name right.
I'll have to use some phone.
Howdy, JD.
Hey,
There's this guy in the billiard room. Says he can beat you.
Oh, no thanks. I just got in.
So here's a chance.
I'll never give you that idea.
He says he can put you down in 10 seconds.
Hi, old Lord.
Howdy, bro. I bet him $10 he couldn't do it.
Easy come.
Howdy, champ.
My name's Kaminsky. $50. I'm gonna put you down, champ. I really don't want to. Thank you for money. Why not? I don't want to take your money. don't want my hip one off. I'm gonna take my lunch break. I don't want to rush the supper, dog. When you're ready, I'll be in the back of your pool. He's got a grip. They call him the Polish Angel. Did you see the arms on him?
Don't mean a damn thing, does it, baby? Look, I'm here to count.
Changed my mind. You don't know when to try to write a little friend. He wants a down and out. The clothes he wore were really right. He looked as though he hadn't shaved in weeks. And there was a smell of alcohol on his breath. Anyway. That was pretty close. Yeah, just that beat. You got the detour. What for? We're in a bad accident here, Jerry. You have to go around. Yeah. That looks like a pretty bad road. You think I can make it? Well, you just have to unless you want to go back. Okay, thanks. Sure.
Have you ever wondered about the story behind one of the biggest names in the automotive world? The one that gave us iconic brands like Chevrolet, Cadillac, and Buick. Today, we're diving deep into the incredible history of General Motors, a journey filled with ambition, innovation, crisis, and rebirth. It all started back in 1908, a time when the automobile was still a novelty. A visionary named William C. Durant, who was already a successful carriage maker, saw the future, and it was powered by an internal combustion engine. He founded General Motors with a bold and somewhat radical idea for the time. Instead of just one car company, why not a holding company that owned several? Durant was a master salesman and a risk taker. He quickly began acquiring other car companies, starting with Buick, which was already a successful brand. He soon added Oldsmobile, Cadillac, and Pontiac to the growing family. His strategy was to offer a car for every purse and purpose, a ladder of brands that a customer could climb as their income and status grew. However, Durant's aggressive expansion nearly bankrupted the company. He was ousted, only to return a few years later after co-founding another company you might have heard of, Chevrolet. In a brilliant corporate maneuver, he used Chevrolet's success to regain control of GM, bringing the boaty brand into the fold. It was this diverse portfolio that set GM apart and laid the foundation for its future dominance. After Durant's final departure, a new leader, Alfred P. Sloan Jr., took the wheel. Sloan was the opposite of Durant. He was a methodical, organized executive. He refined Durant's car for every purse strategy, creating a clear hierarchy for the brands. Chevrolet was the entry-level choice, Pontiac was a step up, then Oldsmobile, Buick, and at the very top, the pinnacle of luxury, Cadillac. This structured approach, combined with innovations like annual model year changes and consumer credit through the General Motors Acceptance Corporation, or GMAC, propelled GM to become the undisputed leader of the automotive industry. For decades, 1 in every 2 cars sold in America was a GM product. The company wasn't just building cars, it was building the American dream. The post-World War II era was GM's golden age. The company was an absolute powerhouse of innovation and style. Think about the iconic designs of the 1950s. Much of that came from GM's design studios, led by the legendary Holly Earl. In 1948, Cadillac introduced the first tail fins, inspired by the P-38 Lightning fighter plane, and a design craze was born. The very next year, in 1949, GM rolled out the first pillarless hardtop coupe, giving cars a sleek, open-air feel. Under the hood, things were just as exciting. Oldsmobile launched its rocket V8 engine in 1949, a high-compression overhead valve engine that brought high performance to the masses and is considered a forerunner to the muscle car era. Then, in 1952, power steering became available, making large American cars much easier to drive. GM was setting the pace, and the rest of the industry was just trying to keep up. As the market evolved, so did GM. The company demonstrated an incredible ability to read and even create new market segments. When the muscle car craze hit in the 1960s, GM was right there with legendary models like the Pontiac GTO and the Chevrolet Chevelle SS. As buyers started looking for something a bit sportier and more personal, GM responded with the pony car segment, introducing the Chevrolet Camaro and Pontiac Firebird to compete with Ford's Mustang. The company also catered to the growing demand for intermediate-sized cars with huge sellers like the Oldsmobile Cutlass, which for many years was the best-selling car in America. Even when fuel efficiency became a concern, GM entered the subcompact market with the Chevrolet Vega. While the Vega had its share of problems, it showed GM's commitment to competing in every corner of the market, a strategy that kept them at the top for so long. But no empire lasts forever without facing challenges. By the 1980s, the giant began to stumble. The oil crises of the 1970s had changed the game, and a new wave of competition from Japanese automakers like Toyota and Honda was flooding the market with smaller, more fuel-efficient, and incredibly reliable cars. GM, with its massive bureaucracy and slow decision-making processes, struggled to respond effectively. Critics pointed to badge engineering, where cars from different divisions like Chevrolet, Pontiac, and Oldsmobile were nearly identical except for their logos and grills. This diluted the distinct identities that Alfred Sloan had so carefully built. Quality issues also began to tarnish the company's reputation. The giant was wounded, and its market share began a slow and steady decline. Realizing that drastic changes were needed, GM embarked on a series of radical restructuring efforts in the 1990s. The company launched Saturn as a different kind of car company, with no haggle pricing and a focus on customer service, in an attempt to win back buyers who had strayed to foreign brands. There were massive cost-cutting measures and painful plant closures. Leadership, like CEO Jack Smith, tried to streamline the bloated corporate structure and give more autonomy back to the individual car divisions. They focused on improving product quality and design, leading to some successful models like the redesigned trucks and SUVs that were becoming increasingly popular with American families. It was a turbulent and difficult period of transition, an attempt to steer a massive ship in a completely new direction before it hit an iceberg. The changes were significant, but were they enough to save the company from the storm that was brewing on the horizon? The turn of the 21st century brought a perfect storm of challenges for General Motors. Decades of high labor costs, massive pension and healthcare obligations to retirees, and a continued loss of market share to relentless foreign competitors created a financial crisis. The company was burning through cash at an alarming rate. When the global financial crisis of 2008 hit, credit markets froze and car sales plummeted. For GM, it was a knockout blow. The company, once a symbol of American industrial might, was on the brink of collapse. In 2009, the unthinkable happened. General Motors filed for bankruptcy. The US government stepped in with a controversial and massive bailout package to save the company and the millions of jobs that depended on it. Out of the ashes of bankruptcy, a new General Motors emerged. It was a leaner, more focused company. 4 of its 8 North American brands, Pontiac, Saturn, Hummer, and Saab, were discontinued. The new GM was freed from many of its past liabilities and had a much healthier balance sheet. The bailout came with strict conditions, forcing the company to become more efficient and globally competitive. The goal was not just to survive, but to thrive in a rapidly changing automotive landscape. This new company quickly focused on developing vehicles that the market demanded, like the Chevrolet Cruze and the innovative Chevrolet Volt, a plug-in hybrid that signaled a major shift toward new technologies. It was a painful but necessary rebirth, setting the stage for one of the most remarkable corporate comebacks in history. Leading this new era of GM is a historic figure in the auto industry, Mary Barra. In 2014, she became the first female CEO of a major global automaker. Her leadership has been defined by a clear vision for the future and a willingness to make tough, strategic decisions. Under Barra, GM has sharpened its focus on its most profitable segments, trucks and SUVs. You can see this in the continued success of the Chevrolet Silverado, GMC Sierra, and the full lineup of SUVs like the Tahoe and Escalade. She has also pushed the company aggressively toward an all-electric future, with massive investments in battery technology and a new generation of EVs. This focus on the future also meant letting go of the past. One of her boldest moves was selling the Opel and Vauxhall brands in Europe, a region where GM had been losing money for years. It was a clear signal that the new GM would not be sentimental. It would be strategic, agile, and laser-focused on leading the next great automotive revolution. So, what does the future hold for General Motors? The company is betting big on what it calls its 000 vision: zero crash, zero emissions, and zero congestion. This is a bold ambition that hinges on the development of electric vehicles and autonomous driving technology. GM's Ultium battery platform is the foundation for a whole new lineup of EVs, from the GMC Hummer E to the Cadillac Lyriq and the affordable Chevrolet Equinox E. At the same time, its subsidiary, Cruise Automation, is one of the leaders in the race to develop and deploy self-driving cars. Of course, the competition is fiercer than ever, with traditional automakers and new tech companies all vying for a piece of the future. But with a history of reinvention and a clear roadmap, General Motors is determined to remain a dominant force in the automotive world for another 100 years. From Durant's ambition to Sloan's strategy, from the crisis of bankruptcy to the leadership of Mary Barra, the story of GM is a powerful lesson in resilience and adaptation. Thank you so much for watching this journey through the history of General Motors. It's a story that's far from over. What's your favorite GM car of all time? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss our next deep dive into automotive history. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one. The story of GM is a powerful lesson in resilience and adaptation. Thank you so much for watching this journey through the history of General Motors. It's a story that's far from over. What's your favorite GM car of all time? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss our next deep dive into automotive history. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next one.
History Hi, everyone. It's me with John Deere. We're talking about John Deere history today. This is the company's 180th year anniversary, so I thought it'd be a great time to take a look at how John Deere got started, how it grew from there, and where we are today. When most people think of John Deere, they think of our tractors. But did you know that before we made tractors, we were making plows? And when you really think about it, it makes sense because one of the biggest expenses on a farm is planting and harvesting crops. And even back in John's day, farmers were always looking for ways to improve those processes. John Deere was born on February 7, 1804, near what is now called Grand Detour, Illinois. He grew up on his family's farm and spent his life working in agriculture. Even as a young man, he recognized the need for better farming tools. Back then, farmers were using sharp moldboard plows, which worked okay in the sandy soil of the eastern United States. But as settlers moved further west, they encountered tougher, more compact soils that would often stick to the plowshares. Slowing progress and breaking the cast metal plows, John Deere wanted to change that. He began experimenting by trying to create a plow that would cut through the tough soil without turning and inverting it like a conventional moldboard plow. In 1837, he hit upon the idea of a self-scouring steel plowshare that would shed soil more effectively. The breakthrough came when Deere discovered that a polished steel blade would stay cleaner and would unclog or stick as much as the cast steel blades. He designed and built several different types of steel plows, including the self-scouring bottom plow, which had an angled cutting edge that allowed dirt to fall off the blade more easily, and the grasshopper plow, which featured a single large share that required less effort to pull. In 1848, John Deere received a patent for the steel plow, and it was around this time that he met with lumber baron and businessman Leonard R. Rose. Together, they formed the Deere & Company partnership. They established the first factory in a small town called Moline, Illinois, which was close to John's farm. That same year, they sold their first steel plow. It was the start of something big. The steel plow quickly became popular among farmers in the Midwest, who found that it was much easier to pull than the cast steel plows they were used to. By 1856, Deere & Company had expanded its product line to include all the major types of plows, as well as seed drills and other planting tools. By 1860, the company was selling around $1 million worth of products annually, but just 2 years later, during the Civil War, the company's sales dropped drastically. Many farmers were out of work as the nation's attention and resources were focused on the war effort. However, John Deere saw an opportunity to contribute to the Union cause and help win the war. He supplied the U.S. Army with thousands of plows to help feed the troops. This helped him keep his factory open and maintain employment in Moline. After the war ended, the company's sales began to climb again, and Deere decided to focus more on manufacturing rather than farming. By 1871, the company had grown so much that Deere and his partners incorporated it as the Deere & Company. With the legal structure in place, the company could raise capital to expand more quickly. The first stock in Deere & Company was sold to 32 investors in 1871 for $1 per share. Today, Deere & Company stock trades on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker symbol DE. In the decades that followed, the company continued to grow and innovate, introducing new products to meet the changing needs of American agriculture. For example, in 1902, Deere introduced the first commercially successful rubber-tired tractor, which helped farmers work land more efficiently. In the 1940s, the company introduced a number of innovative designs, including the Model R, the first row crop tractor with front-wheel drive, and the Waterloo Boy, the first tractor with a diesel engine option. In 1960, Deere & Company acquired the construction equipment manufacturer, the Garner Holt Company. From that point on, the company began producing crawler tractors, loaders, backhoes, and eventually large constabulary equipment such as excavators, wheel loaders, and motor graders. In 1982, John Deere became the first company to introduce a successful GPS-guided tractor to the market. Farmers could use the system to accurately guide their tractors while planting or spraying crops, reducing waste and improving yields. Today, precision agriculture technologies are more important than ever. Whether it's variable rate technology, telematics, application mapping, or autonomous operations, John Deere continues to lead the industry in precision ag and data analysis tools that help farmers optimize every aspect of their operation. And of course, we can't talk about John Deere without talking about our iconic tractors. It's hard to imagine agriculture without them. Over the years, we've produced some amazing tractors, each one pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Today we're going to look at some of our favorites, starting with our newest addition to the family, the 8R 8RTM and 8RXTM series tractors. These high horsepower tractors range from 390 to 470 horsepower and have a maximum pulling power of 17,500 pounds. They feature the John Deere PowerTech PSS 13 6-liter engine with a max torque of 1,388 foot-pounds. The tractors also feature the advanced fully integrated 5429E transmission with 4 main operating modes, for semi-power shift ranges and for creeper gears per range, providing 16 forward and reverse speeds. Plus, these tractors come equipped with the Advanced Farming Technology Package, which includes features such as the John Deere Operations Center, which allows farmers to manage and monitor their crops and equipment data in real time. Additionally, the 8RT and 8RX series tractors offer best-in-class visibility with unobstructed views to the right and left side, thanks to the low-profile design of the engine hood and fenders, and to the rear thanks to the optional rear-view camera. The large floor area and low step height make it easy to get in and out of the tractor, and the comfort suspension seat with lumbar support and adjustable armrests ensures maximum operator comfort. But that's not all. These tractors also offer excellent serviceability with a convenient access door that provides easy access to major components and fluids. Also, thanks to the optional 615-gallon fuel tank, customers can reduce the number of fuel fill-ups needed for larger operations. Overall, the 8R 8RT and 8RX series tractors are a testament to our commitment to innovation and excellence. They provide farmers with the power, comfort, and technology they need to succeed in today's demanding agricultural environment. Alright, let's take a quick break from talking about tractors to answer a common question. Why is John Deere the best? Well, there are many reasons. We're a financially sound company that's been around for 180 years. We're known for making high-quality, reliable equipment that's built to last. and we're committed to providing excellent customer service and support. Plus, our advanced technologies such as precision agriculture tools set us apart from the competition and help farmers maximize their productivity and profitability. Now let's get back to talking about our awesome tractors. Let's take a look at the X700 series tractors. These tractors are designed for livestock producers, large custom operators, commercial users, and farmers with larger acreages who need a powerful, efficient tractor for heavy-duty field work. The X700 series tractors feature a powerful John Deere PowerTech PSS9 7-liter engine with a maximum horsepower of 390 and a maximum torque of 1,245 foot-pounds. They also have a max lift capacity of 8,600 pounds and a max lift height of 169 inches. The X700 series tractors are also equipped with advanced transmission options including the Auto Power TM540, 16 forward and reverse speeds, and the Advanced Farming Technology package, which includes features such as the John Deere Operations Center and telematics capabilities. The X700 series tractors also offer excellent visibility, thanks to the low-profile design of the engine, hood, and fenders, as well as the optional rear-view camera. And just like our 8R series tractors, the X700 series offer best-in-class serviceability with a convenient access door that provides easy access to major components and fluids. In conclusion, the X700 series tractors are a great choice for farmers and ranchers who need a powerful, reliable, and efficient tractor for large-scale operations. So there you have it, just a glimpse into the rich history and exciting future of John Deere. From humble beginnings as a blacksmith shop to becoming a global leader in agricultural and construction equipment, John Deere has always put the needs of its customers first. As we look ahead to the next 180 years, we're excited to continue this legacy of innovation and excellence and to provide our customers with the equipment they need to succeed. Thanks for watching.
Hi everyone! Welcome back to another episode. And here we have an absolute unit. This is the Volvo 9800. It's a double-decker bus with 75 seats. It might not sound like much, but these things are absolute tanks and they can be seen all over Europe and even some parts of Asia. They're also the cheapest double-decker bus that Volvo makes at around 450,000 euros. That is for the base model, which may not come with all the goodies that you see on this bus. That includes the TV screens and the leather seats and the charging ports and stuff like that, but it's still a great deal considering how much life these buses have left in them. These are absolutely massive. They're 14 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and almost 5 meters tall. They're also very heavy, about 13 tons when empty. The engine is a 9-liter diesel engine that produces 330 horsepower and 1,300 newton meters of torque. The top speed of this bad boy is 100 kilometers per hour, which is about 62 miles per hour. That might seem slow, but keep in mind that this thing weighs more than an elephant. So, it's actually pretty quick. Plus, it can carry a lot of people. You can fit up to 75 passengers on this bus, which is why they're often used for long-distance travel. They're also very comfortable. The seats are spacious, and there's a lot of leg. Plus, there's a bathroom on board, so you won't have to stop for a while. And that's why these buses are so popular. They're cheap and reliable, and they can take you anywhere you want to go in style. But if you ask me, I think the best part about this bus is the safety features. Volvo is known for making some of the safest cars in the world. And the same goes for their buses. The 9800 is no exception. It has a strong steel frame that protects the passengers in case of a collision. It also has features such as lane departure warning, adaptive cruise control, and emergency brake assist. So you can rest assured that you'll be safe when you ride on one of these. So that was a bit of background on the Volvo 9800 bus. But now I want to talk about why I think this is one of the best buses in the world. Now, I know that's a bold statement and you might disagree with me, but hear me out. First of all, I love the design of this bus. It's sleek and modern, and it looks like it's from the future. I mean, just look at those headlights. They look like a pair of lasers. But it's not just the looks that make this bus special. It's also got a lot of power and torque, which means it can handle any terrain. And it's super fuel efficient, too, which is important for a bus that carries a lot of people. Now, I've never driven a bus like this before. In fact, I've never driven anything bigger than a car. But I've watched a lot of videos, and I've done my research. And I think I know what it takes to drive a bus like this. And that, SYI, was really excited. When I saw that Volvo offered a driving simulator experience online, I figured it would be a fun way to get a taste of what it's like to drive a double-decker bus, and let me tell you, it did not disappoint. The simulator was super realistic. It felt just like I was sitting in the driver's seat of a real Volvo 9800 bus. The steering wheel was responsive and the pedals were smooth and the graphics were sharp and clear. I could see everything around me, including the other drivers and pedestrians. It was like I was actually driving down the streets of Gothenburg, Sweden, where Volvo is based. Of course, driving a bus is more than just steering and braking. It's also about being aware of your surroundings and planning ahead. That's why I was impressed by the simulator's AI system. It was smart and unpredictable, just like real-life traffic. Sometimes the cars in front of me would brake suddenly or change lanes without warning. But I was prepared for it thanks to the simulator's advanced technology. I could see what was coming next, and I could react accordingly. But let's face it, the best part of driving a bus is the view. From the driver's seats, you get a panoramic view of the road ahead. You can see everything clearly and you feel like you're on top of the world. The simulator captured this feeling perfectly. I felt like I was really driving a double-decker bus. I could see the buildings and the trees and the other vehicles around me. It was amazing. Overall, the Volvo driving experience was fantastic. It was challenging and exciting and fun. It gave me a new perspective on what it takes to drive a bus. And it made me appreciate the skill and the courage of the drivers who do it every day. And that's why I think the Volvo bus is one of the best in the world. It's not just a vehicle, it's a symbol of safety, innovation, and quality. It is a bus that you can trust to get you where you need to go safely and comfortably. And that's something that you can't say about every bus. If you agree with me, give this video a thumbs up and let me know in the comments below. And if you don't, well then tell me why. I love to hear what you have to say. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this video and I hope you learned something new. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more updates. And until next time, happy driving. Now, speaking of more updates, we have a few things to talk about. First off, this channel has reached a milestone, which is absolutely insane. I can't believe that so many people are interested in learning about buses and trucks and other vehicles like that. It's very encouraging to see that my videos are getting out there and reaching new audiences. It's very cool to be able to share my passion with others. And I hope that you guys are learning something new and maybe even having a little bit of fun along the way. Anyway, I wanted to take a moment to thank you guys for all the support you've shown me. It really means a lot to me. And it keeps me motivated to keep making videos. I'm very grateful for all the likes, comments, shares, and subs that I've been getting. And I'm very excited to see what the future brings to this channel. Speaking of the future, I have some exciting news to share. We gonna be taking a break from talking about buses and trucks for a while, and we gonna be talking about something else entirely. Now, don't worry, we're not gonna abandon this channel or anything like that. We just gonna explore a new topic for a while, and I promise I'll come back to buses and trucks eventually. But for now, I want to encourage you to be open-minded and curious, and to embrace the unknown. You never know what you might learn or discover. Anyway, I'm very excited about this new adventure, and I hope that you guys are too. Let's make some memories together. And finally, I want to remind you to stay safe out there. Whether you're driving a bus, a truck, or anything else on the road, always be careful and responsible. Don't drink and drive, don't text and drive, and always wear your seatbelt. The road can be a dangerous place sometimes, but you can reduce your risks by being smart and cautious. Thank you for listening, and thank you for watching. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and stay tuned.
What is the first steam engine? Who makes it? Where was it first used? Let's find out in today's episode of Engineering Explained. We often associate the invention of the steam engine with one man in particular, Thomas Savery, but he wasn't the first to ever conceptualize this powerful machine. In fact, there were several people who played key roles in the development of the steam engine over the years. So let us take a closer look at how this amazing invention came to be and explore some of the lesser-known contributors along the way. So, let's start off by asking the question, who made the first steam engine? And if we trace back the roots of the steam engine, we can identify several individuals who contributed to its early development. One of the earliest known inventors to experiment with steam power was Hero of Alexandria, a Greek mathematician and engineer who lived around 10 to 70 AD. He is credited with inventing a device known as aeolipile, which was essentially a sphere mounted on a pivot and connected to a boiler. The steam was produced inside the boiler. It escaped through two nozzles in the sphere, causing it to spin. While not a true steam engine as it didn't produce linear motion, the aeolipile demonstrated the potential of using steam power for mechanical purposes. Another important early contributor was Taqi al-Din al-Maraghi, an Iraqi Muslim engineer and inventor who lived in the 9th century. Al-Maraghi developed a more sophisticated steam engine that could pump water from low to high places, whose engine consisted of a horizontal cylinder with a piston that moved back and forth inside it. The piston was connected to a crank, which in turn operated a water pump, although not as advanced as modern steam engines. Al-Maraghi's invention was a significant step forward, as it utilized the power of steam to perform useful work such as pumping water, a task that was previously done manually. After that, the idea of using steam power lay dormant for several centuries, until it was rediscovered during the Renaissance. One of the first Europeans to study steam power in depth was Giovanni Branca, an Italian engineer and physicist, who lived from 1614 to 1680. Branca built a steam engine that could rotate a wheel and even power a windmill. His engine, however, was relatively complex and not very practical for widespread use. Then came the French military engineer and inventor, Thomas Savery, who is often mistakenly credited with inventing the first steam engine. Savery's engine, patented in 1698, was the first crude steam engine capable of producing useful work. It was a low-pressure system that used a single acting cylinder and piston and was primarily intended for pumping water out of mines. While not very efficient, Savery's engine was an important milestone in the development of steam power, and it paved the way for further improvements. After that, the English engineer and inventor Thomas Newcomen partnered with a foundry owner named John Calley to create an improved version of Savery's engine. The result was the atmospheric engine, patented in 1712. This engine featured a single acting cylinder with a piston that moved in an up and down motion powered by the force of steam condensing inside the cylinder, although still not very efficient. The atmospheric engine was a significant improvement over Savery's design, and it found wide use in pumping water out of mines. Finally, the stage was set for the legendary Scottish inventor James Watt to make his groundbreaking improvements to the steam engine. So having that long answer out of the way, the first steam engine was made by Thomas Savery, B.A. But then you might ask, who teach him? And the answer would be Thomas Newcomen. Thomas Savery's steam engine was inspired by the earlier work of Thomas Newcomen, an English engineer who had invented an improved atmospheric engine for pumping water out of mines. Newcomen's engine was more efficient than Savery's, and it became widely used in the mining industry. However, it was still relatively inefficient and required a lot of manpower to operate. Savery believed that he could improve upon Newcomen's design and create a more efficient engine. He experimented with various designs and concepts, including a double-acting cylinder and piston, which allowed the engine to generate power in both directions of movement. Savery also introduced the use of a separate condenser, which allowed the engine to operate more efficiently. After years of experimentation and fine-tuning, Savery successfully built a steam engine that was capable of generating power in 1698. He patented his invention and began marketing it to the mining industry. Savery's engine was the first commercially available steam engine, and it marked a significant milestone in the history of technology. However, despite its innovative design, Savery's engine was not widely adopted due to a number of factors. One of the main reasons was that the engine was relatively expensive to build and maintain. Additionally, the engine was complex and required skilled operators to run it efficiently. Finally, the mining industry was already using Newcomen's atmospheric engine, which, although less efficient, was cheaper and easier to operate. As a result, Savery's steam engine did not gain widespread acceptance during his lifetime. Nevertheless, his invention laid the foundation for future improvements to the steam engine and ultimately led to the development of more efficient and practical steam-powered machines. Now that we know who made the first steam engine and who inspired him, another common question is where was it first used? And the answer is mines. The first steam engine was primarily used in mines. The first commercial application of Savory steam engine was in the mining industry. Mines were some of the earliest and most frequent users of steam power, because pumping water out of the mines to prevent flooding was essential to the miners' safety and the success of mining operations. The steam engine proved to be a valuable asset in this regard, providing a more efficient and reliable solution compared to manual pumping or animal power. Savory S engine was used in coal mines to pump out the water that accumulated at the bottom of the shafts. This allowed the miners to work in a safer environment and extract more coal. The use of steam power in mines quickly spread to other industries, such as in ironworks for powering bellows and in textile factories for driving spinning machines. And moving on, another frequently asked question is, who made the first steam engine to fit into a train? And the answer is Richard Trevithick. Richard Trevithick was a British mining engineer and inventor who is credited with building the first steam locomotive that was able to run on rails. Trevithick was born in 1771 in Cornwall, England, where he worked as a mining engineer in the tin and copper mines of his native county. He became interested in steam power while working in the mines and began experimenting with ways to improve the efficiency of steam engines. In 1802, Trevithick built his first steam locomotive, which he called the Puffing Devil. This was a small engine that consisted of a boiler mounted on wheels, a single driving wheel with a connecting rod and a valve gear that controlled the flow of steam to the cylinder. The Puffing Devil was able to run on rails, but it was too small and underpowered to be of much practical use. However, it demonstrated the feasibility of using steam power to drive a locomotive. In 1804, Trevithick built a larger and more powerful engine that he called the Blubber. This engine featured two driving wheels and a set of smaller wheels in the middle to help with steering. The Blubber was able to haul a load of 10 tons for several miles on a single charge of fuel. Although not the first steam locomotive ever built, Trevithick S engines were the first to be designed specifically for railway use, and they laid the foundation for the development of modern steam locomotives. Lastly, what year does this happen? And the answer is between the year 1698 and 1712. Thomas Savory patented his steam engine in 1698, while Thomas Newcomen received a patent for his improved atmospheric engine in 1712. Both engines were developed and patented in England during this time period. So, there you have it, the answer to the common questions about the first steam engine. Hopefully you learned something new and gained a deeper appreciation for this amazing invention and those who made it possible. Don't forget to leave your thoughts and comments below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out our other videos for more engineering insights. Thanks for watching and see you in the next one. What is the first steam engine? Who makes it? Where was it first used? Let's find out in today's episode of Engineering Explained. We often associate the invention of the steam engine with one man in particular, Thomas Savory, but he wasn't the first to ever conceptualize this powerful machine. In fact, there were several people who played key roles in the development of the steam engine over the years. So let us take a closer look at how this amazing invention came to be and explore some of the lesser-known contributors along the way. So, let's start off by asking the question, who made the first steam engine? And if we trace back the roots of the steam engine, we can identify several individuals who contributed to its early development. One of the earliest known inventors to experiment with steam power was Hero of Alexandria, a Greek mathematician and engineer who lived around 10 to 70 AD. He is credited with inventing a device known as aeolipile, which was essentially a sphere mounted on a pivot and connected to a boiler. The steam was produced inside the boiler. It escaped through two nozzles in the sphere, causing it to spin. While not a true steam engine as it didn't produce linear motion, the aeolipile demonstrated the potential of using steam power for mechanical purposes. Another important early contributor was Taqi al-Din al-Maraghi, an Iraqi Muslim engineer and inventor who lived in the 9th century. Al-Maraghi developed a more sophisticated steam engine that could pump water from low to high places, whose engine consisted of a horizontal cylinder with a piston that moved back and forth inside it. The piston was connected to a crank, which in turn operated a water pump, although not as advanced as modern steam engines. Al-Maraghi's invention was a significant step forward, as it utilized the power of steam to perform useful work such as pumping water, a task that was previously done manually. After that, the idea of using steam power lay dormant for several centuries, until it was rediscovered during the Renaissance. One of the first Europeans to study steam power in depth was Giovanni Branca, an Italian engineer and physicist, who lived from 1614 to 1680. Branca built a steam engine that could rotate a wheel and even power a windmill. His engine, however, was relatively complex and not very practical for widespread use. Then came the French military engineer and inventor, Thomas Savery, who is often mistakenly credited with inventing the first steam engine. Savery's engine, patented in 1698, was the first crude steam engine capable of producing useful work. It was a low-pressure system that used a single acting cylinder and piston and was primarily intended for pumping water out of mines. While not very efficient, Savery's engine was an important milestone in the development of steam power, and it paved the way for further improvements. After that, the English engineer and inventor Thomas Newcomen partnered with a foundry owner named John Calley to create an improved version of Savery's engine. The result was the atmospheric engine, patented in 1712. This engine featured a single acting cylinder with a piston that moved in an up and down motion powered by the force of steam condensing inside the cylinder, although still not very efficient. The atmospheric engine was a significant improvement over Savery's design, and it found wide use in pumping water out of mines. Finally, the stage was set for the legendary Scottish inventor James Watt to make his groundbreaking improvements to the steam engine. So having that long answer out of the way, the first steam engine was made by Thomas Savery, B.A. But then you might ask, who teach him? And the answer would be Thomas Newcomen. Thomas Savery's steam engine was inspired by the earlier work of Thomas Newcomen, an English engineer who had invented an improved atmospheric engine for pumping water out of mines. Newcomen's engine was more efficient than Savery's, and it became widely used in the mining industry. However, it was still relatively inefficient and required a lot of manpower to operate. Savery believed that he could improve upon Newcomen's design and create a more efficient engine. He experimented with various designs and concepts, including a double-acting cylinder and piston, which allowed the engine to generate power in both directions of movement. Savery also introduced the use of a separate condenser, which allowed the engine to operate more efficiently. After years of experimentation and fine-tuning, Savery successfully built a steam engine that was capable of generating power in 1698. He patented his invention and began marketing it to the mining industry. Savery's engine was the first commercially available steam engine, and it marked a significant milestone in the history of technology. However, despite its innovative design, Savery's engine was not widely adopted due to a number of factors. One of the main reasons was that the engine was relatively expensive to build and maintain. Additionally, the engine was complex and required skilled operators to run it efficiently. Finally, the mining industry was already using Newcomen's atmospheric engine, which, although less efficient, was cheaper and easier to operate. As a result, Savery's steam engine did not gain widespread acceptance during his lifetime. Nevertheless, his invention laid the foundation for future improvements to the steam engine and ultimately led to the development of more efficient and practical steam-powered machines. Now that we know who made the first steam engine and who inspired him, another common question is where was it first used? And the answer is mines. The first steam engine was primarily used in mines. The first commercial application of Savery's steam engine was in the mining industry. Mines were some of the earliest and most frequent users of steam power, because pumping water out of the mines to prevent flooding was essential to the miners' safety and the success of mining operations. The steam engine proved to be a valuable asset in this regard, providing a more efficient and reliable solution compared to manual pumping or animal power. Savory S engine was used in coal mines to pump out the water that accumulated at the bottom of the shafts. This allowed the miners to work in a safer environment and extract more coal. The use of steam power in mines quickly spread to other industries, such as in ironworks for powering bellows and in textile factories for driving spinning machines. And moving on, another frequently asked question is, who made the first steam engine to fit into a train? And the answer is Richard Trevithick. Richard Trevithick was a British mining engineer and inventor who is credited with building the first steam locomotive that was able to run on rails. Trevithick was born in 1771 in Cornwall, England, where he worked as a mining engineer in the tin and copper mines of his native county. He became interested in steam power while working in the mines and began experimenting with ways to improve the efficiency of steam engines. In 1802, Trevithick built his first steam locomotive, which he called the Puffing Devil. This was a small engine that consisted of a boiler mounted on wheels, a single driving wheel with a connecting rod and a valve gear that controlled the flow of steam to the cylinder. The Puffing Devil was able to run on rails, but it was too small and underpowered to be of much practical use. However, it demonstrated the feasibility of using steam power to drive a locomotive. In 1804, Trevithick built a larger and more powerful engine that he called the Blubber. This engine featured 2 driving wheels and a set of smaller wheels in the middle to help with steering. The Blubber was able to haul a load of 10 tons for several miles on a single charge of fuel. Although not the first steam locomotive ever built, Trevithick S engines were the first to be designed specifically for railway use, and they laid the foundation for the development of modern steam locomotives. Lastly, what year does this happen? And the answer is between the year 1698 and 1712. Thomas Savery patented his steam engine in 1698, while Thomas Newcomen received a patent for his improved atmospheric engine in 1712. Both engines were developed and patented in England during this time period. So, there you have it, the answer to the common questions about the first steam engine. Hopefully you learned something new and gained a deeper appreciation for this amazing invention and those who made it possible. Don't forget to leave your thoughts and comments below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out our other videos for more engineering insights. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
Hey there, engine enthusiasts. Today we're diving deep into the fascinating world of the Cat engine. If you've ever wondered about the powerhouse behind some of the most robust machines in construction and transportation, you're in for a treat. So grab your hard hats and let's rev up this journey through the history of the Cat engine. Now, before we start, let me just say that the story of the Cat engine is not just about nuts and bolts. It's a tale of innovation, perseverance, and the relentless pursuit of power and efficiency. It's the kind of story that gets gearheads like us all revved up. Let's kick things off by winding the clock back to the early 20th century. Picture this. It's 1904, and 2 visionary inventors, Benjamin Holt and Daniel Best, are about to change the face of agriculture and construction forever. These guys weren't just tinkering in their garages, they were laying the groundwork for what would become Caterpillar Inc., the behemoth behind the iconic Cat engine. Holt was the mastermind behind the track-type tractor, which was a game-changer for farmers dealing with soft, muddy soil. Meanwhile, Best was perfecting his own traction engine. Little did they know that their friendly rivalry would eventually lead to a merger that would shake up the industry. Fast forward to 1925, and boom, the Caterpillar Tractor Company is born. But here's the kicker. They weren't making their own engines yet. Can you you believe it? The company that would become synonymous with powerful engines was actually sourcing them from other manufacturers. Talk about a plot twist. But hold on to your wrenches, folks, because things were about to get interesting. In the 1930s, Caterpillar decided it was time to take matters into their own hands. They started developing their own engines, and let me tell you, they weren't messing around. These early Cat engines were built like tanks, robust, reliable, and ready for anything. Now, let's shift gears and talk about World War II. This global conflict was a turning point for Caterpillar and their engines. The company's machines were suddenly in high demand for military applications. We're talking tanks, artillery, tractors, and even marine engines for ships. The Cat engine was going to war, and it was proving its mettle in the toughest conditions imaginable. After the war, Caterpillar didn't just rest on its laurels. Oh no, they kicked their engine development into high gear. The 1950s and 60s saw a boom in construction and infrastructure projects, and Cat engines were right at the heart of it all. They were powering everything from bulldozers to generators, and their reputation for durability was growing by the day. But here's where things get really exciting. In the 1970s, Caterpillar introduced a game changer. The 3406 engine. This bad boy was an inline-six diesel that would become legendary in the trucking industry. It was powerful, it was efficient, and it could run for 1,000,000 miles without breaking a sweat. If you've ever seen a big rig cruising down the highway, there's a good chance it's got a Cat 3406 under the hood. Now, I know what you're thinking. What about emissions? Well, Caterpillar was way ahead of the curve on that one. As environmental regulations started tightening in the 1980s and 90s, Cat was already working on cleaner, more efficient engines. They introduced electronic fuel injection systems and started experimenting with alternative fuels. These guys weren't just keeping up with the times, they were setting the pace. Let's fast forward to the 21st century, because this is where things get really high-tech. Caterpillar has been at the forefront of engine technology, developing advanced control systems, turbocharging, and even exploring hybrid and electric powertrains. They're not just building engines anymore. They're creating intelligent power systems that can adapt to any situation. But here's the thing that really blows my mind. Cat engines aren't just for heavy machinery anymore. They're powering ships, providing backup power for hospitals and data centers, and even generating electricity in some of the most remote places on Earth. From the depths of mines to the heights of skyscrapers, Cat engines are literally powering our world. Now, I can't talk about the history of the Cat engine without mentioning some of the challenges they VA faced. Like any company with a long history, Caterpillar has had its ups and downs. They've dealt with economic recessions, increased competition, and the constant pressure to innovate. But you know what? They've always come out swinging, often emerging stronger than before. One of the most impressive things about cat engines is their longevity. I'm not just talking about how long they last, which is incredibly long, by the way. I'm talking about how some of their engine designs have stood the test of time. Take the Cat 3126, for example. This medium-duty engine was introduced in the 1990s and was still being produced well into the 2000s. That's staying power, folks. But let's not forget about the people behind these machines. The history of the Cat engine is also a story of the engineers, mechanics, and operators who have worked with these powerhouses over the years. These are the unsung heroes who have pushed these engines to their limits, figured out how to fix them in the middle of nowhere, and helped refine them over generations. As we wrap up our journey through the history of the Cat engine, I can't help but get excited about the future. With the world moving towards more sustainable energy solutions, companies like Caterpillar are at the forefront of developing the next generation of power systems. Who knows, the Cat engine of the future might run on hydrogen, or maybe even some fuel we haven't even discovered yet. So there you have it, folks. A whirlwind tour through the history of the Cat engine, from its humble beginnings in the early 20th century to its current status as a global powerhouse. The Cat engine has come a long way. It's a testament to American engineering, innovation, and good old-fashioned grit. Before we sign off, I want to hear from you. What's your experience with Cat engines? Have you ever operated a machine powered by one of these beasts? Or maybe you've got a favorite Cat engine model? Drop your thoughts in the comments below and let's keep this conversation going. And hey, if you enjoyed this deep dive into engine history, don't forget to like and subscribe. There's plenty more where this came from, and I can't wait to share more stories from the world of engines with all of you. Until next time, keep those engines running smooth.
Did you know that Ethiopia is the cradle of humanity? Ethiopia is home to some of the most incredible sights in the world, from rock-hewn churches to amazing wildlife. And it's also home to some of the best coffee you'll ever taste. But what else makes Ethiopia so special? Let's take a look at 6 things that make Ethiopia unique. Number 6. The cradle humanity. Ethiopia has a long and rich history that dates back thousands of years. In fact, it's widely believed that Ethiopia is the cradle of humanity, as the name suggests. This is because Ethiopia is where humans first evolved and where the oldest human fossils have been found. So if you want to learn about the history of humanity, there's no better place to start than Ethiopia. The country is home to a number of important historical sites, including the ancient city of Aksum, which was once the capital of the Ethiopian Empire and is home to the famous Delhi of Aksum. Ethiopia also played an important role in the history of Christianity, as it's believed that the Queen of Sheba, who is mentioned in the Bible, was from Ethiopia. Number 5. Never colonized. Another thing that makes Ethiopia unique is that it was never colonized by any foreign power, unlike many other African countries. This is because of its strategic location, as it sits high up in the mountains, making it difficult for invaders to reach. This allowed Ethiopia to maintain its independence throughout history. However, it should be noted that although Ethiopia was never colonized, it was occupied by Italy from 1936 to 1941. But nonetheless, it is still considered to be one of only 3 African countries that were never colonized. No, for home of the best coffee. Coffee originated in Ethiopia, and the country is still one of the largest producers of coffee in the world. In fact, it's said that the best coffee in the world comes from Ethiopia. And if you're a coffee lover, you have to visit this country. There are many different ways to brew coffee in Ethiopia, but the most popular method is called the jebina.
This is a traditional clay pot that's used to brew coffee over low heat. The coffee is then served in small ceramic cups and is enjoyed before, during, and after a meal. No. 3. Biblical and spiritual roots. Ethiopia has deep biblical and spiritual roots. As we mentioned earlier, it's believed that the Queen of Sheba, who is mentioned in the Bible, was from Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is also home to the Ark of the Covenant, which is said to contain the Ten Commandments. Now, this may sound surprising, but it's a fact. And if you want to see it for yourself, you can visit the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Aksum. But be warned, only the keeper of the Ark is allowed to see it. But despite its religious significance, Ethiopia is a secular country and freedom of religion is respected. No. 2. Unique calendar. Ethiopia has its own unique calendar that is different from the Gregorian calendar used in most of the world. The Ethiopian calendar is based on the ancient Coptic calendar and is 7 years behind the Gregorian calendar. For example, while we're currently in 2023, in Ethiopia it's 2015. This is because the Ethiopian Orthodox Church follows the Coptic calendar, which is based on the ancient Egyptian calendar, and the Ethiopian year begins on September or October of the Gregorian calendar. But this isn't the only way in which the calendar differs from the Gregorian calendar. It also has 13 months in a year, with each month having either 30 or 31 days. The 13th month is called Pagumi and consists of 5 or 6 days, depending on whether it's a leap year. So if you're planning to visit Ethiopia, don't forget to pack your unique calendar so you don't get lost in time. Number 1. Rock-hewn churches, Lalibela 1-2 century. One of the most unique and impressive features of Ethiopia is its rock-hewn churches. And nowhere is this more evident than in These churches are truly a sight to behold and are a testament to the skill and dedication of the Ethiopian people. They were carved out of solid rock in the 12th century, and are some of the oldest and most impressive examples of rock-hewn architecture in the world. There are 11 churches in total, all of which are dedicated to different saints. The largest church is the Church of St. George and is also the most impressive. It's huge and has a number of intricate carvings and decorations. If you're a history buff or an architecture enthusiast, then you'll definitely want to put Lalibela on your bucket list. Visiting these churches is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience that will leave you in awe. But when you go, be prepared to climb a lot of stairs. There are hundreds of them, and it can be quite a workout. But the views are definitely worth it. Just make sure to wear comfortable shoes. Ethiopia is a country full of surprises. From its ancient history to its delicious food, it has something for everyone. We've only scratched the surface of what this country has to offer. There's so much more to explore and discover. If you haven't already, we highly recommend adding Ethiopia to your travel bucket list. You won't regret it. Thank you for watching our video on 6 things that make Ethiopia unique. Did you find the video helpful? Do you plan to visit Ethiopia? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share for more amazing content. We hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you in the next video. Before we wrap up, here are some other videos that you might find interesting. Click on any of them to watch now. This is the first engine ever. And this is how it works. So here's an interesting fact. The first engine was not invented by a man named First. So who invented it? Well, his name was actually Thomas Firehouse. He was born in Newmilns, England, in 1726. And he was a very intelligent man. Like he was the type of guy who would sit down and figure out how things work just by looking at them. For example, one time he saw a spinning jenny and basically reverse engineered it to make his own version of it. In fact, he made 2 versions of it. And the thing is, they were both more efficient than the original. But we'll get back to that later. Now, even though he was a very smart man, he had a pretty difficult childhood, because when he was just 9 years old, his dad died, which meant his family needed someone to help support them. So he got a job working at a steel mill, but he didn't like it. He much preferred tinkering in his workshop, which is why eventually he quit his job and started working as a mechanic. And this is when he started making some money. He was now able to support his family, so everyone was happy. But sadly, around this time, he also developed tuberculosis, which is a very serious illness that affects your lungs. It's actually what killed my grandfather. Anyways, Thomas knew that he wasn't going to be able to work for much longer, so he decided to focus all his energy on one final project, which was creating a machine that would be able to pump water out of coal mines. See, before the steam engine was invented, most pumps used water power. But the problem with that is, you couldn't use it in a mine because, well, there's no water in a mine. Plus, you still need someone to turn the wheel, which isn't ideal. So instead, Thomas thought to himself, what if I could create a pump that's powered by fire? And that's exactly what he did. So let me show you how it works. So over here we have a boiler, which is just a metal container filled with water. Now, right here, we have a fire going on. You can't see it, but trust me, it's there. And as it burns, it heats up the water inside of the boiler. As the water starts to boil, it creates pressure, so it wants to go outwards. Well, that's exactly what's happening right here, because right here we have a safety valve. And it opens up to release the excess pressure. But look, as the water boils and creates pressure, it pushes against the safety valve. Well, that's exactly where this piston comes in, because the safety valve is pushing against the piston, which is connected to this arm, which is connected to this crankshaft. So as the water pushes against the safety valve, it rotates the crankshaft, which is then connected to this flyball, and the flyball is attached to this, well, it's called a trip dog, and it goes woof woof. Just kidding. That sound has nothing to do with dogs. Instead, it goes click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. And the reason for that is because it hits these two rods right here. And these rods are connected to these levers. And these levers are connected to these slides. And these slides move back and forth like this. And these slides are connected to these buckets. And these buckets are connected to this chain. And as the chain moves back and forth, it rotates this wheel. And this wheel is connected to this axle. And this axle is connected to this gear. And this gear is connected to this spindle. And as the spindle rotates, it moves this nut back and forth. And this nut is connected to this tube. And as the nut moves back and forth, it pushes air in and out of this tube. And that's how it works. Just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Of course, that's not how it works. Instead, all it does is move this arm back and forth. And this arm is connected to this bell crank, which is connected to this rocking beam, which is connected to this pitman, which is connected to this well, it's called a sucker rod, which is connected to this plunger, which is inside of this cylinder. And as the plunger moves in and out of the cylinder, it sucks water out of the ground. Simple, right? Well, not quite, because there's a lot more parts than just that. For example, you have to have this base, which holds everything together. Then you have to have this chimney, which makes the smoke go upwards. And then you have to have this door, which allows us to put in more coal. Then you have to have this handle, which we can use to rotate the flywheel. And then you have to have this big old heavyweight, which keeps the flywheel from flying off its axis. And then you have to have these connecting rods, which connect the piston to the crankshaft. And then you have to have this piston, which moves up and down inside of the cylinder. Oh, and not to mention, the entire thing has to be watertight, otherwise it won't work. But anyways, that's how the first engine works. But did it actually work? Well, yes, it did. In fact, it worked so well that Richard Arkwright bought one of Thomas's engines for his cotton factory. And not only did it help make him a ton of money, but it also helped him become one of the wealthiest men in England. And that is not surprising, considering that he paid Thomas £50 for this engine, and 40 years later, it was still running. In fact, it continued to run until 1897. And if you think that's impressive, just wait, because it gets way better. You see, when Thomas retired, he sold his invention to a company for £3,500. And you might be thinking, wow, that's a lot of money. But consider this, when you adjust for inflation, that's equivalent to about $42 million. But wait, it gets even better, because not only did he sell the rights to his engine, but he also sold the rights to the spinning jenny, which he got from Richard Arkwright. And if you remember earlier in the video, I said that he made two versions of the spinning jenny and that they were both more efficient than the original. Well, turns out that wasn't just a lucky guess. Instead, he actually calculated that the new version of the spinning jenny was 26% more efficient and the second version was 38% more efficient. This means that he could claim a 36% increase in productivity, which is insane. And that's why, after selling the rights to his inventions, he was able to retire with a net worth of £63,000, or the modern-day equivalent of $794 million. That's why when Thomas died in 1809, he was buried in a very fancy graveyard, although ironically, his grave is in a very bad condition. But enough about his grave. Let's talk about this engine, because even though it was a huge success, people were still debating on how it worked. For example, one guy named John Smeaton said that it worked because of atmospheric pressure. Another guy named John Robeson said that it worked because of elastic tension. And another guy named John Henslow said that it worked because of centrifugal force. None of those guys were even close. Instead, it worked because of the power of friendship. Just kidding. It worked because of the power of steam. Anyways, people kept arguing about how it worked until finally one day they decided to open it up and take a look. But as soon as they opened it up, everyone was like, oh, it's obviously a steam engine. But you know who didn't run away from his problems? Thomas did, because when he was diagnosed with tuberculosis, instead of hiding from it, he created something amazing. And that's why we should all be more like Thomas. And that's the end of the video. Thanks for watching.
Hey there, truck enthusiasts! Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of Leyland, a name that once stood tall among the giants of the global truck industry. Buckle up as we take a journey through time, exploring how this British powerhouse rose to become one of the top 5 truck manufacturers in the world, only to face a dramatic downfall. Let's start by rolling back the clock to the early 20th century. Picture this, a small engineering firm in Lancashire, England, founded by James Sumner in 1896. Little did he know that his humble beginnings would pave the way for a trucking empire that would leave its mark on roads across the globe. As the years rolled by, Leyland Motors, as it came to be known, began to flex its mechanical muscles. The company's first major breakthrough came in 1913 when they introduced the Leyland S-Type, a robust and reliable truck that quickly gained popularity among British businesses. This was just the beginning of Leyland's journey to the top. Now, let's shift gears and talk about how Leyland really started to pick up speed. In the post-World War II era, the demand for commercial vehicles skyrocketed. Leyland was right there, ready to meet the challenge head-on. They expanded their range, introducing innovative models like the Comet and the Octopus, which became household names in the trucking world. But here's where things get really interesting. In the 1960s and 70s, Leyland did UNT just want to be a big fish in the British pond. They set their sights on the global market, and boy did they make a splash. True, a series of smart acquisitions and mergers, including the famous union with British Motor Holdings in 1968, Leyland transformed into the British Leyland Motor Corporation. This newly formed behemoth wasn't messing around. They had their eyes on the prize, aiming to compete with the likes of General Motors and Ford on the international stage. And for a while, it looked like they were unstoppable. Leyland trucks were rolling off production lines not just in the UK, but in countries like India, Australia, and South Africa. Now, let's talk numbers for a second. At its peak, Leyland was churning out over 100,000 vehicles a year. That's not just trucks, mind you, but buses, cars, and even military vehicles. They were everywhere, from the bustling streets of London to the dusty roads of the Australian outback. But here's where our story takes a turn. You know how they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Well, Leyland was about to learn that lesson the hard way. As the 1970s rolled on, dark clouds began to gather on the horizon for Leyland. The global oil crisis hit hard, sending shockwaves through the automotive industry. Suddenly, those big, fuel-hungry trucks weren't looking so appealing anymore. But that was just the beginning of Leyland's troubles. Internal issues started to rear their ugly heads. Labor disputes, quality control problems, and a lack of investment in new technologies all began to take their toll. Leyland's once sterling reputation started to tarnish. Customers who had sworn by their trucks for decades began looking elsewhere. And then there was the competition. While Leyland had been resting on its laurels, other manufacturers had been innovating. Japanese and German truck makers were introducing more fuel-efficient, technologically advanced models that were leaving Leyland in the dust. The British government, seeing the writing on the wall, stepped in with a series of bailouts. But it was like trying to plug a leaking dam with chewing gum. The problems ran too deep, and the market was changing too fast for Leyland to keep up. By the 1980s, the once mighty Leyland was a shadow of its former self. The company was broken up, with various divisions sold off to different buyers. The Leyland Trucks division, the heart of the original company, was eventually acquired by DAF Trucks in 1987. It's a sobering tale, isn't it? A company that once stood shoulder to shoulder with the giants of the industry, reduced to a footnote in automotive history. But let's not end on such a somber note. There's a silver lining to this story, a testament to the enduring legacy of Leyland. You see, even though the Leyland name might not be plastered on the side of trucks anymore, its DNA lives on. The engineering expertise, the innovative spirit that made Leyland great, didn't just disappear. It was absorbed into other companies, influencing truck design and manufacturing to this day. And let's not forget about the countless Leyland trucks still out there, still running after decades of service. From vintage enthusiasts lovingly restoring old models to workhorses still plying their trade in far-flung corners of the world, the Leyland legacy lives on. So, what can we learn from the rise and fall of Leyland? Well, for one, it's a reminder that in the fast-paced world of business, you can't afford to rest on your laurels. Innovation, adaptation, and a keen eye on the changing market are crucial for long-term success. Perhaps more importantly, it's a story about the impact a company can have. For decades, Leyland trucks were more than just vehicles. They were the backbone of industries, the lifeblood of economies. They helped build cities, connect communities, and drive progress forward. As we wrap up our journey through Leyland's history, let's take a moment to appreciate the impact this company had on the world of trucking. From its humble beginnings in Lancashire to its global reach at its peak, Leyland's story is one of ambition, innovation, and ultimately, the harsh realities of a changing world. So, the next time you see a truck rumbling down the highway, spare a thought for Leyland. While their name might not be on the grill anymore, their influence is still felt on roads around the world, too. It's a reminder that in the world of business, as in life, nothing lasts forever, but true innovation leaves a lasting legacy. And there you have it, folks, the rise and fall of Leyland, one of the most fascinating stories in automotive history. From ruling the roads to becoming a cautionary tale, it's a journey that reminds us of the ever-changing nature of industry and the importance of staying ahead of the curve. Thanks for joining me on this trip down memory lane. If you enjoyed this dive into trucking history, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more stories from the world of wheels. Until next time, keep on trucking.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. If you've ever been on a highway, chances are you've seen it. That tough, determined bulldog perched on the hood of a massive truck, that's the emblem of Mack Trucks, a true American icon. But have you ever wondered about the story behind that bulldog? Where did this legendary company come from, and what makes a Mack truck? Well, a Mack truck. Today, we're diving deep into the incredible history of Mack trucks, from a small wagon-making shop in Brooklyn to a global powerhouse in the trucking industry. We'll explore its origins, its role in shaping history, and where it's headed in the future. So, buckle up, we're about to hit the road on a journey through more than a century of power, performance, and pure grit. The story of Mack Trucks begins not with trucks, but with wagons, and not with the name Mack, but with two brothers, Jack and Gus Mack, back in 1890. John M. Mack, or Jack as he was known, was working for a wagon and carriage company in Brooklyn, New York. A few years later, in 1893, he and his brother Augustus, or Gus, bought the company they worked for. A third brother, William, joined them shortly after. The Mack brothers were skilled craftsmen, but they were also visionaries. They saw the world changing around them. The age of the horse and buggy was drawing to a close, and the era of the internal combustion engine was just beginning. They started experimenting, trying to create their own self-propelled vehicles. Their first successful motorized vehicle wasn't a truck at all. It was a bus. In 1900, they built a 40-horsepower, 20-passenger sightseeing bus. This vehicle was a beast for its time, known for its incredible reliability. In fact, it ran for over 1 million miles. This bus, nicknamed Old Number One, proved that the Mack brothers knew how to build things that last. This success gave them the confidence to officially enter the motorized vehicle business, and in 1905 they moved their headquarters to Allentown, Pennsylvania, a city that would become synonymous with the Mack name. They started producing a range of vehicles, including trucks, which they called Manhattan trucks. The real breakthrough came with the Mack AC model, introduced in 1916. This truck was a game changer. It was rugged, powerful, and incredibly durable. Its distinctive, snub-nosed hood gave it a unique and aggressive look. But it was its performance on the battlefields of World War I that cemented its legendary status. The British military needed a tough truck to haul troops and supplies, and they found it in the Mack AC. The British soldiers were so impressed with its stubborn, tenacious performance, they nicknamed it the Bulldog, comparing it to their own national mascot, the British Bulldog. The name stuck. By 1922, the Bulldog had become the official corporate symbol of Mack trucks, and a year later, the iconic Bulldog hood ornament was patented. The phrase "built like a Mack truck" entered the American vocabulary, becoming a universal shorthand for anything tough and durable. Over the next few decades, Mack trucks continued to innovate. They were pioneers in diesel engine technology for trucks and introduced many features that are standard today. During World War II, Mack once again answered the call of duty, producing thousands of heavy-duty trucks for the Allied forces. These trucks were instrumental in military logistics, from hauling tanks to building airfields. After the war, Mack helped rebuild America, providing the trucks that powered the post-war economic boom and the construction of the interstate highway system. The Mack B series, introduced in the 1950s, became one of the most popular and recognizable trucks of its time, known for its rounded cab and classic styling. So, with such a rich history and a powerful brand, why did Mack trucks eventually get sold? This is where the business side of the story gets complex. The 1970s and 80s were a challenging time for many American manufacturing companies. Increased competition from overseas, changing economic conditions, and labor disputes put immense pressure on the industry. Mack was no exception. To stay competitive, companies needed massive capital for research, development, and modernization. In 1979, the French automaker Renault began investing in Mack, acquiring a minority stake. This partnership provided a much-needed infusion of cash and access to global markets. Over the next decade, Renault increased its ownership until, by 1990, Mack Trucks became a wholly owned subsidiary of Renault's truck division. This wasn't a story of failure, but rather one of strategic evolution. The global truck market was consolidating, and forming alliances was essential for survival and growth. The partnership with Renault allowed Mack to modernize its plants and expand its technological capabilities. Then, in 2001, another major shift occurred. the Swedish automotive giant Volvo Group acquired Renault's truck division, which included Mack trucks. This move brought Mack into one of the world's largest commercial vehicle conglomerates. Many loyal Mack fans were concerned. Would the brand lose its unique American identity? Would it just become a rebadged Volvo? But Volvo took a smart approach. They understood the power and heritage of the Mack brand. Instead of absorbing it, they invested in it. They kept Mack's headquarters and primary manufacturing in the US and focused on integrating Volvo's global technology and resources while preserving Mack's distinct engineering and tough-as-nails identity. The partnership has allowed Mack to benefit from Volvo's immense R&D budget, especially in areas like safety, fuel efficiency, and alternative fuels. So, where is Mack Trucks headed in the next 10 years? The future is all about two things: technology and sustainability. The trucking industry is on the verge of a massive transformation, and Mack is positioned to be at the forefront. First, let's talk about electrification. Mack has already launched the LR Electric, a fully electric garbage truck. This is a huge deal because refuse collection is a perfect application for electric power. It's predictable, short range, and involves a lot of stopping and starting. Over the next decade, we can expect to see this electric technology expand across Mack's entire lineup. From medium-duty delivery trucks to, eventually, long-haul highway tractors. They are leveraging Volvo's expertise in battery technology and electric drivetrains to make this happen. Beyond electric, they are also exploring hydrogen fuel cell technology for long-haul applications, which offers the promise of zero emissions with longer range and faster refueling times than battery electric trucks. Sustainability isn't just about the powertrain. Mack is also focusing on making its manufacturing processes greener and using more sustainable materials in its vehicles. The other major frontier is automation and connectivity. Trucks are becoming smarter and more connected than ever. Mack is already incorporating advanced driver assistance systems, or ADAS, to make driving safer and less stressful. Things like collision mitigation, adaptive cruise control, and lane keeping assist are becoming standard. Looking ahead 10 years, we'll see much higher levels of automation. While fully driverless trucks on all roads are still a ways off, we can expect to see highly automated trucks operating in controlled environments like ports, distribution centers, and on dedicated highway lanes. This will improve efficiency and safety dramatically. Connectivity, or telematics, is another huge area of growth. Mack's Guardog Connect system already monitors the truck's health in real time, predicting maintenance needs before a breakdown occurs, and even scheduling service appointments automatically. In the next decade, this connectivity will become even more sophisticated, enabling trucks to communicate with each other and with infrastructure watts known as V2X communication. This will help optimize traffic flow, prevent accidents, and make the entire logistics chain more efficient. The classic Bulldog grit will still be there, but it will be combined with a high-tech brain. So, from a small wagon shop in Brooklyn to a global leader in electric and automated transportation, the story of Mack Trucks is a testament to resilience, innovation, and the enduring power of a strong brand. The Bulldog spirit that carried it through to world wars and a century of change is now driving it into the future. It's an American icon that has never been afraid to evolve. The next time you see that Bulldog on the highway, you'll know it represents not just a history of toughness, but a future of smart, sustainable, and powerful trucking. Thanks so much for watching. What are your favorite Mack truck models? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive, do not forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more stories about the machines that move our world. We'll see you in the next one.
Have you ever been on the highway, looked over, and seen one of those massive tractor trailers thundering past? They're such a common sight, we barely even think about them. But these giants of the road are the lifeblood of our modern world, carrying everything from your morning coffee beans to the new phone in your pocket. But where did they come from? Who was the first person to look at a truck and think, you know what this needs? A giant box attached to it. The story is more fascinating than you might imagine, and it all starts over a century ago with a problem that needed a clever solution. It's a tale of innovation, necessity, and a couple of brilliant minds who accidentally changed the world forever. So buckle up, because we're about to take a journey back in time to uncover the surprising origins of the semi-truck. Our story begins not on a sprawling highway, but in the bustling city of Cleveland, Ohio, way back in 1898. The world was on the cusp of a revolution. Horses and buggies were still the primary mode of transportation, but a new invention was starting to capture the public's imagination: the automobile, or as they called it back then, the horseless carriage. One of the pioneers of this exciting new industry was a man named Alexander Winton. Winton was a Scottish immigrant who had started out as a bicycle manufacturer but quickly saw the potential of the internal combustion engine. He founded the Winton Motor Carriage Company and began building some of the first commercially available cars in the United States. His cars were a hit, and orders started pouring in from all over the country. But this success created a brand new problem. How do you deliver a brand new car to a customer who lives hundreds of miles away? Remember, this was 1898. Paved roads were a luxury, not the norm. Driving a car long distance was a punishing, bone-jarring adventure that could easily damage the vehicle before it even reached its owner. Winton needed a way to transport his delicate, expensive creations without putting wear and tear on them. He needed to deliver a new car, with 0 miles on the odometer. This is where Winton's genius truly shines. He didn't just see a problem, he saw an opportunity for invention. He took one of his own car chassis and modified it. He created a platform, a sort of wheeled cart, that could be attached to the back of a modified truck. This cart was designed specifically to carry a single Winton automobile. The truck would pull the cart, and the car would ride safely on top. What he had just invented was the world's first semi-truck and semi-trailer combination. He called it an automobile hauler. It was a simple, elegant solution to a very specific problem. He wasn't trying to revolutionize global logistics. He was just a businessman trying to get his product to his customers in pristine condition. Winton's invention was purely for his own company's use. He built these haulers to deliver his own cars, and they worked beautifully. For the first time, a customer in New York could receive a car built in Ohio that was factory fresh. This was a huge competitive advantage. But Winton didn't seem to grasp the full potential of what he had created. He saw it as a tool for his business, not as a product in itself. He never patented the idea or tried to sell his automobile haulers to others. The concept of a truck pulling a separate, load-bearing trailer remained a niche, in-house solution, largely unknown to the wider world. The seed of an idea was planted, but it would take another visionary, in another city, with a completely different problem, for that seed to truly start to grow. Let's fast forward 16 years to 1914. The world has changed. Cars are becoming more common, and the industrial age is in full swing. Our scene shifts to Detroit, Michigan, the heart of the burgeoning American auto industry. Here we meet August Fruhoff, a skilled blacksmith and wagon maker. Fruehof was known for his craftsmanship and his ability to build sturdy, reliable wagons. One day, a local lumber baron named Frederick Sibley came to him with a peculiar request. Sibley had recently purchased a brand new Ford Model T Roadster, and he wanted to use it to haul a large, heavy boat to his lake house. The boat was far too big and heavy for the car to carry on its own. He needed a custom solution. Fruehof, being the practical craftsman he was, got to work. He took the chassis of Sibley's Model T and devised a way to attach a sturdy, two-wheeled cart directly to it. He created a coupling mechanism, a primitive fifth-wheel hitch, that allowed the cart to pivot and turn independently from the car. The cart would bear the weight of the load, while the Model T would provide the pulling power. This contraption, which Fruehof called a semi-trailer, was a resounding success. Sibley was able to haul his boat to the lake, and he was so impressed that he came back to Fruehof with another idea. He realized this trailer could be used to haul lumber from his yard to his customers. This was the light bulb moment. Unlike Winton's car hauler, which was designed for a single purpose, Fruehof's semi-trailer was incredibly versatile. It could haul anything: lumber, goods, machinery, you name it. Fruehof quickly realized the immense commercial potential of his invention. In 1918, he officially founded the Fruehof Trailer Company, and business boomed. Companies in all sorts of industries saw the value in this new technology. A single truck could now be paired with multiple trailers. A driver could drop off a full trailer at a loading dock, hitch up an empty one, and be on his way without waiting for the trailer to be unloaded. This dramatically increased efficiency and cut down on costs. The Fruehof Trailer Company began to innovate rapidly. They developed better hitches, stronger frames, and different types of trailers for different kinds of cargo, like flatbeds, tankers, and refrigerated units, which they called reefers. What started as a one-off project to move a boat had blossomed into a full-fledged industry. The semi-trailer was no longer just a cart pulled by a car. It was becoming the backbone of a new era in transportation. While Winton invented the initial concept, it was Fruehof who commercialized it, perfected it, and unleashed its true potential upon the world. So, we have two key inventors, Alexander Winton, who created the first semi-truck out of a need to deliver his own products, and August Fruehof, who refined and commercialized the semi-trailer, making it a versatile tool for all of commerce. The combination of these two innovations was nothing short of revolutionary. Before the semi-truck, long-distance shipping was dominated by the railroads. Trains were efficient for moving massive amounts of goods between major cities, but they were inflexible. They could only go where the tracks went. If a factory or a store wasn't located near a rail line, you still needed wagons or smaller trucks for the last mile of delivery, which was slow and expensive. The tractor-trailer changed all of that. It combined the long-haul capacity of a train with the point-to-point flexibility of a truck. A truck could go anywhere there was a road. This created a door-to-door shipping network that was faster, more flexible, and often cheaper than the railroad. Factories no longer needed to be clustered around rail depots. Businesses could now be located in suburbs or rural areas and still have access to national and even international markets. This spurred economic growth and led to the development of the sprawling suburban landscapes we know today. The impact grew exponentially. During World War II, the military relied heavily on truck transport to move troops and supplies, proving the system's reliability and strategic importance on a massive scale. After the war, President Eisenhower, who had witnessed the efficiency of Germany's Autobahn, championed the creation of the U.S. interstate highway system. This massive infrastructure project was designed specifically to accommodate military transport and, by extension, commercial trucking. The creation of these superhighways was like pouring gasoline on the fire of the trucking industry. Suddenly, trucks could cross the entire country in a matter of days, connecting every corner of the nation in a web of asphalt. Today, the legacy of Winton and Fruehof is all around us. Over 70% of all freight in the United States is moved by truck. Virtually every single item you own was on a truck at some point in its journey to you. From the raw materials pulled from the earth, to the factory where they were assembled, to the distribution center, to the store shelf, to your front door, the tractor-trailer is the unsung hero of our consumer society. It's a complex continent-spanning ballet of logistics that happens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all thanks to a car maker who wanted to keep the miles off his new cars and a blacksmith who was asked to move a boat. It's a powerful reminder that sometimes the biggest revolutions start with the simplest of problems. The next time you're out on the road and see one of those big rigs rumbling along, take a moment to appreciate the incredible story behind it. It's not just a truck, It's a piece of history, a mobile monument to innovation that continues to shape our world in ways we rarely even consider. Thank you so much for joining me on this historical journey. If you found this story as fascinating as I do, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into the history of the things that make our modern world tick. Let me know in the comments what piece of everyday technology you'd like to learn about next. Until then, stay curious.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving deep into the history of a machine that, quite literally, built the modern world. You see them on every construction site, every major road project, a true titan of industry. I'm talking about the dump truck. We take them for granted now, these massive vehicles, effortlessly lifting tons of material. But have you ever stopped to think about where they came from? What did the very first one look like? And who were the brilliant minds that conceived of a truck that could dump its own load? The story is way more fascinating than you might think, filled with steam power, clever inventors, and a revolution in how we move materials. It's a journey that takes us from the horse and cart era to the dawn of motorized transport. So buckle up, because we're about to haul a heavy load of history, starting way back in the late 19th century. Our story begins not in a bustling American city, but across the pond in Western Europe, during a time of incredible industrial change. The year is 1896. Cities are growing, factories are churning out goods, and with all this progress comes a lot of, well, waste, and a lot of materials that need to be moved. Back then, if you needed to transport sand, coal, or gravel, your options were pretty limited. You'd use a horse-drawn cart, and when you got to your destination, unloading was a back-breaking, time-consuming process. Everything had to be shoveled out by hand, shovel by shovel. It was slow, it was inefficient, and it required a massive amount of manual labor. Enter a brilliant English engineer named John Isaac Thornycroft. Thornycroft was a visionary in the world of steam-powered vehicles. He founded the Thornycroft Steam Carriage and Van Company, and he was constantly looking for new ways to apply steam power to solve practical problems. He saw the inefficiency of manual unloading and had a groundbreaking idea. What if the vehicle could unload itself? In 1896, he developed what many consider to be the great-grandfather of all dump trucks. He called it a steam-powered tip cart, though it was more commonly known as a dust cart because its primary job was hauling waste and dust. This machine was a true marvel of its time. It wasn't a truck as we know it today. It was a heavy, steam-powered vehicle. But the genius was in its design. Thornycroft devised a mechanism that used a separate drive to power a tipping system. The driver could engage a lever, and the entire cargo bed would tilt backward, allowing its contents to slide right out. It was a simple concept, but utterly revolutionary. For the first time, a vehicle could drop its load without a team of workers spending hours with shovels. This single invention dramatically increased efficiency on work sites and in city sanitation. Thornycroft's steam-powered tip cart wasn't just a new vehicle, it was a new way of thinking about transporting bulk materials. It proved that mechanical power could do more than just move a vehicle from point A to point B. It could also perform the work that once required immense human effort. This British innovation planted the seed that would soon sprout and flourish in the fertile ground of American industry. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the action shifts to the United States, a nation buzzing with ambition and industrial might. While Thornycroft's steam-powered creation was a game-changer, steam had its limitations. It was heavy, slow to start up, and required a lot of maintenance. The future was with the internal combustion engine, and American companies were leading the charge. Across the country, small workshops and factories were experimenting with this new, more efficient power source, building the first automobiles and trucks. One of these pioneering companies was the Galilean Buggy Company, based in Galilean, Ohio. As their name suggests, they started out making horse-drawn buggies. But like many smart businesses of the era, they saw the writing on the wall. The age of the horse was ending, and the age of the motor was beginning. They pivoted to manufacturing motorized vehicles, and they had their eyes set on solving the same problem Thornycroft had tackled: how to unload materials more efficiently. Around 1904, the Galilean Buggy Company developed one of the very first motorized dumping vehicles in America. They mounted a simple, hand-operated dumping mechanism onto one of their early truck chassis. it was still a far cry from the powerful machines we know today. The driver would have to get out and manually crank a winch or pull a lever to get the bed to tilt, but it was a significant step forward. It combined the mobility and speed of a gasoline-powered truck with the utility of a dumping body. This made it far more practical for a wider range of jobs than its steam-powered predecessor. But the real breakthrough was yet to come. While manual dumping was better than shoveling, it still required physical effort and time. The next logical step was to automate the dumping process entirely. Inventors and engineers began experimenting with different ways to use the truck's own power to lift the bed. Early designs were often complex and unreliable, using a series of gears and clutches powered by the engine. But the most promising technology was hydraulics. The idea of using pressurized fluid to generate immense force was not new, but applying it to a truck was. Companies like the Wood Hoist Company, which later became Wood Hydraulic Hoist and Body Company, were at the forefront of this innovation. They developed some of the first successful hydraulic hoist systems for trucks. This was the true game changer. With a hydraulic hoist, the driver could simply pull a lever from inside the cab, and a powerful hydraulic cylinder would smoothly and effortlessly raise the heaviest of loads. The process of dumping tons of material was now reduced to a simple action that took only a few seconds. This innovation, first appearing around 1914, transformed the dump truck from a clever novelty into an indispensable piece of industrial equipment. The combination of a motorized chassis and a hydraulic hoist created the blueprint for every modern dump truck that would follow. The industry was now set for its next major evolution. The 1920s roared in, a decade of unprecedented growth and construction. Skyscrapers were reaching for the heavens, and massive infrastructure projects like the Hoover Dam were on the horizon. All this construction required moving staggering amounts of earth, rock, and concrete. The early hydraulic dump trucks were good, but they had their limits. The hydraulic systems were still relatively new and could be complex to maintain. The industry was ripe for another innovation, one that focused on simplicity, reliability, and raw power. This is where another key figure enters our story, Robert Mahoney. Robert. In 1920, Mahoney developed a new type of dump truck that took a slightly different approach. Instead of relying on the still developing hydraulic technology, he went back to a more mechanical solution, but with a clever twist. He designed what he called the gravity dump body. His design featured a heavy-duty cargo bed mounted on a pivot point. To hold it in place, he used a strong cable connected to a powerful winch, which was driven by the truck's engine. When it was time to dump, the driver would release a latch. The weight of the load itself, combined with gravity, would cause the bed to tip backward. The winch and cable system controlled the descent and then powerfully pulled the empty bed back into place. This design was brilliantly simple and incredibly robust. It didn't have the complex seals and fluid lines of a hydraulic system, making it easier to maintain and repair in the rugged conditions of a construction site. Mahoney's winch and cable system could handle incredibly heavy loads with great reliability. This invention was so effective that it became a dominant design for heavy-duty dump trucks for many years. It allowed for the creation of larger, more capable trucks that could tackle the most demanding jobs. Robert Mahoney's contribution was crucial because it provided a tough, dependable solution that perfectly matched the needs of the booming construction industry. His design didn't just move materials, it accelerated the pace of progress, helping to build the roads, bridges, and cities that define modern America. From Thornycroft's steam-powered cart to Mahoney's rugged winch system, the evolution of the dump truck is a perfect example of human ingenuity. Each step of the journey was driven by a simple need: to do a tough job better, faster, and more safely. These inventors weren't just building machines. They were creating tools that empowered us to reshape our world on a scale never before imagined. The hydraulic systems became more powerful and reliable. The trucks themselves grew larger and more specialized. And today we have articulated haulers and massive mining trucks that can carry hundreds of tons in a single load. But at the heart of every single one is the same fundamental idea that sparked in the minds of those early pioneers: a vehicle that can dump its own load. So the next time you see a dump truck lumbering down the road, Take a moment to appreciate its incredible history. It's more than just a truck. It is a monument to over a century of innovation and a symbol of the relentless drive to build a better world. Thank you so much for watching. If you found this history as fascinating as I do, please hit that like button and consider subscribing for more deep dives into the machines that made history. Let me know in the comments what piece of industrial history you'd like to see covered next. Until then, stay curious.
So the next time you see a dump truck lumbering down the road, take a moment to appreciate its incredible history. It's more than just a truck. It is a monument to over a century of innovation and a symbol of the relentless drive to build a better world. Thank you so much for watching. If you found this history as fascinating as I do, please hit that like button and consider subscribing for more deep dives into the machines that made history. Let me know in the comments what piece of industrial history you'd like to see covered next. Until then, stay curious. What
Have you ever been stuck behind a massive truck on the highway and wondered, where did these giants of the road even come from? Well, their story is more fascinating than you might think, and it all starts in an era dominated not by horsepower, but by actual horses. Picture the world in the late 1800s. Cities are booming, factories are churning out goods, and commerce is expanding faster than ever. But there's a huge bottleneck. How do you move all this stuff? The answer, for centuries, was the horse. Teams of strong horses pulled heavy wagons, their hooves clopping on cobblestone streets. They were the backbone of logistics, but they had serious limitations. Horses get tired, they need to be fed and cared for, and there's a physical limit to what they can pull. A typical two-horse team could haul maybe 1.5 tons, and on a good day, they might cover 20 miles. As industries grew, it was clear that animal power just couldn't keep up. The world desperately needed a new, more powerful way to transport goods. This is where a familiar name in automotive history steps into the picture: Gottlieb Daimler. Now, we all know Daimler for his pioneering work with the first passenger cars, alongside his partner Carl Benz. But Daimler's vision extended far beyond just personal transportation. He saw the potential of the internal combustion engine to revolutionize every aspect of life, especially commerce. He wasn't just thinking about getting people from point A to point B. He was thinking about getting goods, raw materials, and everything a growing economy needed, from factories to storefronts. While others were focused on making cars faster and more luxurious for the wealthy, Daimler was already sketching out a motorized replacement for the horse-drawn cart. He envisioned a motorized freight wagon, a vehicle built not for speed or comfort, but for pure, rugged utility. This was a radical idea at the time, a leap from personal mobility to industrial-scale logistics. And in 1896, that vision roared to life. This wasn't just a car with a flatbed slapped on the back. It was a purpose-built machine, an engineering marvel for its time. Daimler unveiled the world's first truck. Let's get into the technical details because they are truly impressive. At its heart was the Phoenix engine, a two-cylinder powerhouse churning out a respectable 4 horsepower. It was mounted at the rear of the vehicle, just like in his passenger cars. This engine was a 4-stroke design, a technology that was still cutting edge. To handle the immense torque needed to move heavy loads, Daimler's team developed a sophisticated belt-driven transmission system. But the real breakthrough was the planetary axle. This clever piece of gearing allowed the engine's power to be multiplied effectively at the wheels, giving the truck the grunt it needed to get moving. The truck itself was essentially a converted horse-drawn cart, with iron-rimmed wooden wheels and a very basic chassis. It had a payload capacity of 1.5 tons, deliberately matching what a standard two-horse team could carry. Daimler wasn't just building a new machine. He was creating a direct, superior replacement for the old way of doing things. This wasn't just a vehicle. It was the birth of an industry. So Daimler had his revolutionary machine. But now came the hard part: convincing a world accustomed to horses that this noisy, strange-looking contraption was the future. The public was skeptical, to say the least. They saw it as a novelty, a loud, unreliable toy. Who would trade the trusted reliability of a horse for this unproven machine? The first sale was a crucial test, and it didn't happen in Germany. The first buyer was the British Motor Syndicate, a company based in London. They purchased the first truck and immediately sold it to a local brickworks. Imagine the scene: a grimy, bustling Victorian-era brickyard, and suddenly this motorized wagon rolls in, no horses in sight. It must have been an incredible sight. The brickworks managers were taking a huge gamble, but the potential payoff was enormous. This single truck could do the work of several horse teams, working longer hours without needing rest or feed. It was a slow start, but this first sale was the crack in the dam. It proved that the concept worked in a real-world, demanding industrial setting. The skepticism began to fade, replaced by curiosity and, eventually, widespread demand. The age of the truck had officially begun. Of course, that first truck was just the beginning. Daimler and his team were relentless innovators, constantly refining and improving their design based on real-world feedback. One of the first major changes was a big one: moving the engine. The rear-mounted engine was fine for cars, but for a truck, it was problematic. It took up valuable cargo space and made maintenance difficult. So, in 1898, just 2 years after the first model, Daimler unveiled a new design with the engine moved to the front under a hood or bonnet, just like in modern trucks. This simple change freed up the entire rear of the vehicle for cargo and made the engine much more accessible. But they didn't stop there. They also dramatically increased its power and capacity. The engines got bigger, and by the turn of the century, Daimler was producing trucks that could haul up to 5 tons. That's more than triple the capacity of the original model in just a few years. This wasn't just evolution, it was a rapid technological revolution, driven by the insatiable demand of a growing industrial world. The truck was getting bigger, stronger, and more capable with each passing year. What started in a small workshop in Germany quickly ignited a global revolution in transportation. The idea was too good to stay local. Other manufacturers across Europe saw the potential and started developing their own trucks. The concept crossed the Atlantic to America, where the wide-open spaces and booming industries created the perfect environment for the truck to thrive. This is where legendary names like Mack trucks come into the story. Founded in 1900, Mack became synonymous with toughness and reliability. Their Bulldog model, used extensively during World War I, earned a reputation for being nearly indestructible, solidifying the truck's role as an essential tool for both commerce and conflict. By the 1920s, motorized trucks were a common sight on the roads of Europe and America, hauling everything from farm produce to construction materials. They were building cities, connecting communities, and fueling an unprecedented economic boom. The horse-drawn wagon, once the undisputed king of logistics, was rapidly becoming a relic of the past. The revolution that Daimler started had well and truly taken over the world. And that brings us to today. When you see a modern heavy-duty truck like a massive Mercedes-Benz Arocs, hauling incredible loads across continents, you re-looking at the direct descendant of that first 4-horsepower machine from 1896. Daimler S Company eventually merged with Benz S, creating the powerhouse we know today as Mercedes-Benz, a leader in both luxury cars and heavy-duty commercial vehicles. The core principles remain the same: a powerful engine at the front, a robust chassis, and a design focused purely on hauling capacity and reliability. Of course, today's trucks are light years ahead in technology, with advanced diesel engines, sophisticated transmissions, complex electronics, and safety systems that Gottlieb Daimler could never have dreamed of. But the fundamental DNA, the very idea of a motorized freight wagon, can be traced directly back to his visionary breakthrough. From that single 1.5-ton cart to the global fleets that form the backbone of our modern economy, the journey of the heavy-duty truck is a testament to the power of a single, brilliant idea. So the next time a big rig rumbles past you on the road, take a moment to appreciate the incredible history packed into that massive frame. It's a story of innovation, determination, and the relentless drive to move the world forward. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this journey through history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more stories from the world of engineering and transportation. See you in the next one.
From the very first steam-powered giants to the smart, autonomous machines of today, the tractor has completely reshaped our world. This isn't just a story about a machine, it's the story of how we feed humanity. So, buckle up, because we're about to embark on a journey through time, exploring the incredible evolution of the tractor. Our story begins in the mid-19th century, a time when farming was backbreaking work, powered mostly by humans and animals. Then, something revolutionary chugged onto the scene: the steam traction engine. These were colossal, iron beasts, weighing tons and breathing fire and steam. They were powerful, sure, able to pull massive plows through tough soil, but they were also incredibly inefficient. They guzzled coal and water, were slow and cumbersome, and often required a whole team of people to operate. Imagine trying to steer one of these monsters across a muddy field. They were so heavy they'd often compact the very soil they were meant to till, and the risk of boiler explosions was a constant danger. These early pioneers were a far cry from the sleek machines we know today, but they were the first crucial step, proving that mechanical power could transform agriculture. They planted the seed of an idea that would grow into something extraordinary. As the 19th century rolled into the 20th, a new kind of power was about to take over. The internal combustion engine, lighter and more efficient than steam, was a game changer. In 1892, John Froelich, an Iowa inventor, mounted a single-cylinder gasoline engine onto a steam engine chassis. His creation could move both forward and backward, and it's widely considered the first successful gasoline-powered tractor. This was the spark. Soon, companies like Hartpar began producing tractors commercially, even coining the term tractor itself. These early gasoline models were still big and expensive, mostly owned by wealthy landowners or contractors who would travel from farm to farm. But the age of steam was ending, and the era of the modern tractor was just beginning to dawn. Then, one man changed everything. His name was Henry Ford. Just as he had revolutionized the automobile industry with the Model T, Ford set his sights on agriculture. In 1917, he introduced the Fordson. It was small, lightweight, mass-produced, and most importantly, affordable. For the first time, the average farmer with a small or medium-sized plot of land could realistically own a tractor. The Fordson wasn't perfect, it had its flaws, but its impact was undeniable. It sold in the hundreds of thousands, bringing mechanical power to the masses and kicking off a true agricultural revolution. The sight of a horse-drawn plow began to dwindle, replaced by the steady chug of the Fordson's engine. Farming was becoming more productive than ever before. Just as the tractor was finding its footing, the world was plunged into conflict. World War I created an unprecedented demand for food, while at the same time, it pulled millions of men and horses away from farms and onto the front lines. This created a severe labor shortage. Who was going to grow the food? The tractor was the answer. Governments in Britain and the United States actively promoted mechanization to boost food production for the war effort. The war accelerated tractor development and adoption out of sheer necessity. It proved, on a massive scale, that mechanization wasn't just a convenience, it was a strategic imperative. The fields of Europe and America became a different kind of battlefield. One fought with plows and tractors to feed the nations at war. After the war, the momentum continued. The 1920s and 30s saw incredible innovation. Companies like John Deere and International Harvester introduced crucial new designs. The general-purpose tractor emerged, a more versatile machine with adjustable wheel spacing, allowing it to cultivate crops in rows without damaging them. This was a huge leap forward. Then came Power Takeoff, or PTO, a spline shaft that could transfer the engine's power directly to implements like mowers and balers. Suddenly, the tractor wasn't just for pulling things, it was a mobile power plant for the entire farm. Rubber tires replaced steel-cleated wheels, making tractors faster, more fuel-efficient, and more comfortable to operate, both in the field and on the road. The modern tractor, as we recognize it, was truly taking shape. The Second World War once again acted as a powerful catalyst for mechanization. The demand for food was even greater than in the First War, and labor was just as scarce. Tractor production went into overdrive. This time, the technology was more mature. After the war, returning soldiers, armed with new skills and a desire for a better life, flocked to farming. A post-war economic boom put tractors within reach of even more people. This period saw the widespread mechanization of farms across the developed world. It was a golden age of tractor manufacturing. Companies competed fiercely, introducing more powerful engines, hydraulic systems for lifting heavy implements with ease, and the first hints of operator comfort. The family farm was being transformed, becoming more efficient and productive than anyone could have imagined just a few decades earlier. As tractors got more powerful and complex, the person sitting in the driver's seat became a major focus. Early tractors were rough rides.